Ooh, yeah. Welcome to the marathon. Oh, it says I've been unmuted. Okay. It's kind of glitchy today for some reason. Hang on a second. Okay. Yeah, it's really glitchy today. Hang on, let me close up some stuff. I hate it when it does this. All right. Anyway, yeah, that's not gonna go good. Hang on. I gotta fix this. Fix the glitch. Okay. Let's see. All right, it's not that bad. We're gonna get it done either way. It just is what it is. Oh man, I almost want to start it over with that. That sucks. But whatever. It just is what it is. Yeah, can you give me ice sun kissed? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. So welcome to the marathon. Here's what we're gonna do. I did not do this Sunday because this is the marathon, and the reason I'm doing this is to show you how to do it yourself. You can't just pick up the Bible, read a fucking chapter, and think all of a sudden you're a believer. You can't just read a couple of verses a day. You can't just flip open your book like a fucking like a make a wish star. You can't just flip open your book and be like, God, talk to me. It doesn't work that way. When you go to read the Bible, you got to really sit down and read the Bible. And it's not about you're not going to understand the whole thing the first time through. It's not going to happen. You're going to need to read it like 100 times. Read the New Testament like 20 times, Matthew through Jude, right? Or even just Romans through Jude with a gospel occasionally thrown in there. Read through it like 5 or 6 times before you even get into the that you can't understand one without the other. And I say all that assuming that somebody has basic Sunday school level understanding of the stories in the Bible, like Abraham, Jacob and Esau, Moses, the Red Sea, Noah, the flood, right? And a basic understanding of who Jesus is, right? If you have those things and you sit down and you diligently read it, then and go slow and seek. Jeremiah 29:13. He says, "You'll find me when you seek for me with all your heart." He's very serious. And yes, this is the intro to this because this is going to take a very long time. We'll take a break in between chapters, or like every 10 chapters, we'll stop, take a break, this break, whatever. But this is what it is. This is how it's done, right? I come up here and I'll do like 9 chapters a night with you guys. That's not how I read in my personal time. When I sit down and read, I read the whole fucking thing. There's it. It's there's I'm I don't know how to explain to you how serious it really is. So the reason we're doing it this way is to show you how it's done and to see if you can do it yourself, right? If you can do start to finish the entire book of Deuteronomy with me, then tomorrow you have no excuse on why you didn't read Philippians, Colossians, Ephesians, and Galatians. And then the next day you have no excuse on why you didn't read First John, Second John, Third John, or Hebrews, the whole book of Hebrews. So this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing. We're doing the entire book of Deuteronomy, and that's it. Let's get it in. Hope you guys brought your Bibles and your pens. Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 1. These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel on this side Jordan in the wilderness, in the plain over against the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel and Liban and Hazeroth and Dizahab. There are 11 days' journeys from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir unto Kadesh Barnea. And if you've been remembering, then you know where Kadesh Barnea. If you've been doing this with us, because we did Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, right? If you did those with us, then you'll know Kadesh Barnea comes up a lot. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spake unto the children of Israel according unto all that the Lord had given him in commandment unto them. 40 years in the wilderness. And there they are. After he had slain Sihon, the king of the Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, which dwelt at Ashtaroth in Edrei, on this side Jordan, in the land of Moab, began Moses to declare this law, saying, the Lord our God spake unto us in Horeb, saying, you have dwelt long enough in this mount. Oh, you know what I got to do? That's going to drive me nuts, and it'll drive you guys nuts too. There we go. Much better. The Lord our God spake unto us in Horeb, saying, you have dwelt long enough in this mount. Turn you and take your journey and go to the mount of the Amorites and unto all the places nigh thereunto, in the plain, in the hills, and in the vale, in the vale, and in the south, and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and unto Lebanon, unto the great river, the river Euphrates. This is where he's commanding them to take the land. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give unto them and to their seed after them. Notice, it's again about Abraham. And I spake unto you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you myself alone. The Lord your God hath multiplied you, and behold, you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. Remember when Moses couldn't handle it by himself anymore? The Lord God of your fathers make you and bless you as he hath promised you. How can I myself alone bear your cumbrance and your burden and your strife? Take you wise men and understanding, and known among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And you answered and said, the thing which thou hast spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chief of your tribes, wise men, and known, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over fifties, and captains over tens, and officers among your tribes. And remember when we read through every one of those captains? And I charged your judges at that time, saying, hear the causes between your brethren, and judge righteously between every man and his brother, and the stranger that is with him. And the stranger that is with him. You shall not respect persons in judgment. No respect of persons in judgment. Don't treat anybody differently. But you shall hear the small as well as the great. You shall not be afraid of the face of man. You shall not be afraid of the face of man. For the judgment is God's. And the cause that is too hard for you, bring it unto me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things which you should do. Sounds like the circuit courts, appellate courts, Supreme Court. That's kind of what it sounds like. Oh. And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all the great and terrible wilderness, which you saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorites, as the Lord our God commanded us, and we came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said unto you, you are come unto the mountain of the Amorites, which the Lord our God doth give unto us. Behold, the Lord thy God hath set the land before thee. Go up and possess it, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath said unto thee. Fear not, neither be discouraged. No fear. And you came near unto me, every one of you, and said, we will send men before us, and they shall search us out the land, and bring us word again by what way we must go up, and into what cities we shall come. And the saying pleased me well. And I took 12 men of you, one of a tribe, and they turned and went up into the mountain and came unto the valley of Eshcol and searched it out. And they took of the fruit of the land in their hands and brought it down unto us and brought us word again and said, it is a good land which the Lord our God doth give us. That was Joshua and Caleb. They're the ones that said that. Notwithstanding, you would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God. Pay attention. This is God commanding Moses what to command the Hebrews come after they come out of Egypt and wander 40 years in the desert. This is what he's telling them right there. Notwithstanding, you would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God. And you murmured in your tents and said, because the Lord hated us, he hath brought us forth out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites to destroy us. Whither shall we go up? Our brethren have discouraged our heart, saying, the people is greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakims there. They saw the giants there. Remember that in Numbers. Then I said unto you, dread not, neither be afraid of them. The Lord your God, which goeth before you, he shall fight for you. Man, I needed that today. That's good. The Lord your God, which goeth before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness, where thou hast seen how that the Lord thy God bare thee, as a man doth bear his son, in all the way that you went, until you came into this place. Yet in this thing you did not believe the Lord your God, who went in the way before you to search you out a place to pitch your tents in fire by night, to show you by what way you should go, and in a cloud by a day. Because when they packed up the tabernacle and moved, it was a fire by night and a cloud by day. And the Lord heard the voice of your words and was wroth and sware, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land which I swear to give unto your fathers. Pay attention to what happens here. Everybody that didn't believe, all of the sinners, not a one of them, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, he shall see it. And to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children. Right there. Surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land, which I swear to give unto your fathers, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children, because he hath wholly followed the Lord. Also, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, saying, thou also shalt not go in thither. Talking to Moses. But Joshua, the son of Nun, which standeth before thee, he shall go in thither. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Now, this is where things get interesting. This is where things get really interesting. Moreover, your little ones, which you said should be a prey, and your children, your children, which in that day, because they weren't believers, but they were children, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. Now, this one right here, tied to Matthew chapter 18, verse 3, where Jesus tells you point blank, and it's never changed, even going all the way back to Deuteronomy. It has never changed. You'll see. Matthew 18:3. And said, verily I say unto you, except you be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Except you become converted and become as no knowledge between good and evil, you shall not go in thither. That's what Jesus died for, was to heal you, to take away that knowledge of good and evil, to erase what the devil did to Adam and Eve. That's what it is. That's full forgiveness. That's real love. That's real love. No judgment. You're free. No sin. It's always been about no knowledge between good and evil, even in Deuteronomy. Moreover, your little ones, which you said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you, and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then you answered and said unto me, oh, and you know what? Here, this ties to Numbers 14 too. This does. I want you guys to do this. Numbers 14. I want to make sure I cover all the bases here. That's the same exact situation. Same exact situation. And Moses tells him that because you sinned, because you broke the covenant, because you sinned, he's not with you. Right. People provoked him. Yeah, right here. Oh, man. Yeah, it's hardcore. Man. It's just brutal. I mean, we should just. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, how long shall I bear with this evil generation, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, as truly as I live, saith the Lord, as you have spoken in my ears, so will I do this to you. Your carcasses shall fall in the wilderness, and all that were numbered of you according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which you have murmured against me. Doubtless you shall not come into the land concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun. And here's where it ties. So you've got Deuteronomy 139 to Numbers 14:31. But your little ones, which you said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which you have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness. He wasn't joking. And then down here, he tells, right here, and they rose up early in the morning and get them up into the top of the mountain, saying, lo, we be here, and we'll go up into the place which the Lord hath promised. And then what do they say? They did what? They sinned. They still sinned. And Moses said, wherefore do you now transgress the commandment of the Lord? But it shall not prosper. Go not up, for the Lord is not among you. If you still sin, the Lord is not among you. If you still sin, you've never known Jesus. Period. Doesn't matter who you are. And it's been the same all the way back to Numbers and Genesis. Deuteronomy 139. Moreover, your little ones, which you said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in thither, and unto them will I give it, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn you and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then you answered and said unto me, we have, what did they say? What did they do? What was the fucking problem here? Then you answered and said unto me, we have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight according to all that the Lord our God commanded us. And when you had girded on every man his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the hill. And the Lord said unto me, say unto them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest you be smitten before your enemies. And the Lord said unto me, say unto them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you. Look, it's the same thing. They said they sinned against God. Moses tells them the Lord's not with them. And the Lord said unto me, say unto them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you, lest you be smitten before your enemies. So I spake unto you, and you would not hear. I spake unto you, and you would not hear. Same thing. Same thing happening here now. I speak unto you, and you will not hear. So I spake unto you, and you would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord, and went presumptuously up and into the hill. And the Amorites, which dwelt in that mountain, came out against you and chased you, as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even unto Hormah. And you returned and wept before the Lord, but the Lord would not hearken to your voice, nor give ear unto you, God, because God doesn't hear sinners. Don't you like how it confirms in Deuteronomy, like John 9:31 is confirmed even in Deuteronomy? God doesn't hear sinners. If you still sin, you're still a sinner. So you abode in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you abode there? So you abode in Kadesh many days, according unto the days that you abode there. Deuteronomy chapter 2. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way. Who's this? It's Truffle. Oh, if I took out all the cuss words, well, so you're allowed to cuss, but not me? I mean, the next time you say the word shit, now according to your own words, you condemn yourself. Hypocrite. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spake unto me, and we compassed Mount Seir many days. And the Lord spake unto me, saying, You have compassed this mountain long enough. Turn you northward, and command thou the people, saying, You are to pass through the coast of your brethren to the children of Esau, which dwell in Seir, and they shall be afraid of you. Take ye good heed unto yourselves, therefore. Meddle not with them, for I will not give you of their land. No, not so much as a footbreadth, because I have given Mount Seir unto Esau for possession. And that's the thing too. Like all these people talking so much shit. Like Jacob and Esau were brothers. You can't forget that. Jacob and Esau were brothers. God gave Esau land too. He gave that to the children of Esau. God takes care of everybody. He's in control of all things. Everything. He loves the children of Esau too. He died for them too. He died for everybody. Meddle not with them, for I will not give you of their land. No, not so much as a footbreadth, because I have given Mount Seir unto Esau for a possession. You shall buy meat of them for money, that you may eat, and you shall also buy water of them for money, that you may drink. For the Lord thy God hath blessed thee in all the works of thy hand. He knoweth thy walking through this great wilderness. These 40 years the Lord thy God hath been with thee. Thou hast lacked nothing. And when we passed by from our brethren, the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elath, from Ezion Geber, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And the Lord said unto me, Distress not the Moabites, neither contend with them in battle, for I will not give thee of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar unto the children of Lot for a possession. Remember Lot? The Emims dwelt there in times past, a people great and many and tall as the Anakims, giants, which also were accounted giants as the Anakims, but the Moabites call them Emims. So Anakims, giants, tribe of Anak, the Anak, and then we could get into all that. Anunnaki, right? The giants. That's where all your Greek mythology shit comes from. Fallen angel motherfuckers. Deceive the whole world. The Emims dwelt therein in times past, a people great and many and as tall and as the Anakims, which also were accounted giants as the Anakims, but the Moabites called them Emims. The Horims also dwelt in Seir beforetime, but the children of Esau succeeded them when they had destroyed them from before them and dwelt in their stead, as Israel did unto the land of his possession, which the Lord gave unto them. Now rise up, said I, and get you over the brook of Zered. And we went over the brook Zered. And the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea, and the space in which we came from Kadesh Barnea, until we were come over to the brook Zered, there was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war were wasted out from among the host, as the Lord sware unto them. For indeed the hand of the Lord was against them, to destroy them from among the host, until they were consumed. So who was against them? The Lord. He destroyed them. Is God a sinner for doing that? For murdering hundreds of thousands of people? No. So it came to pass, when all the men of war were consumed and dead from among the people, that the Lord spake unto me, saying, Thou art to pass over through Ar, the coast of Moab, this day. And when thou comest near over against the children of Ammon, distress them not, nor meddle with them, for I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon any possession, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. That also was accounted a land of giants. Giants dwelt therein in old time, And the Ammonites call them Zamzumims, a people great and many and tall as the Anakims. But the Lord destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead. And he did to the children of Esau, as he did to the children of Esau, which dwelt in Seir, when he destroyed the Horims from before them, and they succeeded them and dwelt in their stead, even unto this day. Even unto this day. And the Avims, which dwelt in Hazarim, even unto Azah, and the Caphtarims, which came forth out of Caphtor, destroyed them and dwelt in their stead. Rise ye up, take your journey, and pass over the river Arnon. Behold, I have given into thine hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it and contend with him in battle. This day will I begin to put the dread of thee and the fear of thee upon the nations that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear report of thee and shall tremble and be in anguish because of thee. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through thy land. I will go along by the highway. I will neither turn unto the right hand nor to the left. Thou shalt sell me meat for money that I may eat, and give me water for money that I may drink. Only I will pass through on my feet. As the children of Esau which dwell in Seir, and the Moabites which dwell in Ar did unto me, until I shall pass over Jordan into the land which the Lord our God giveth us. But Sihon, king of Heshbon, would not let us pass by him, for the Lord thy God had hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into thy hand, as appeareth this day. And the Lord said unto me, Behold, I have begun to give Sihon his land before thee. Begin to possess, that thou mayest inherit his land. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Jahaz. And the Lord our God delivered him before us, and we smote him and his sons and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones of every city. We left none to remain. Only the cattle we took for a prey unto ourselves, and the spoil of the cities which we took. From Aroer, which is by the brink of the river Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even unto Gilead, there was not one city too strong for us. The Lord our God delivered all unto us. Only unto the land of the children of Ammon thou camest not, nor unto any place of the river Jabbok, nor unto the cities in the mountains, nor unto whatsoever the Lord our God forbade us. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. And he's just recounting everything they went through in Numbers, all the way up till that day where they're going in. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. And the Lord said unto me, Fear him not, for I will deliver him and all his people and his land into thy hand. And thou shalt do unto him as thou did unto Sihon, the king of the Amorites, which dwelt in Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og also, the king of Bashan, and all his people, and we smote him until none was left to him remaining. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city which we took not from them. 70 cities, all the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og and Bashan. They killed everybody. Wiped them all out. 60 cities. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of blood. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, bars, besides unwalled towns, a great many. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did unto Sihon, king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. But all the cattle and the spoil of the cities we took for a prey unto ourselves. And we took at that time out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites the land that was on this side of the Jordan, from the river of Arnon to unto Mount Hermon, which Hermon, the Sidonians, call Sirion, and the Amorites call it Shinir, and all the cities of the plain, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, unto Salcha. I can't do it with my throat. I shouldn't have done 2 Corinthians the other night. Salcha, and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og and Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not in Rabath of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth of it, after the cubit of a man. Hang on, I'm bringing it over because I have the actual measurements. Nine foot. Oh shit! It's erased. Oh, wait, there it is. Giants, king of Bashan, bed size, Deuteronomy, 9 by 14 or something. Cubit is 18 inches. Whatever. It's kind of erased. It's like 14 foot by 9 foot or something. Hang on, we're gonna find out. Let's do it. So you got 9 cubits, which is 18 inches, was the length. Calculator. There it is. Because I think this is neat. This gives you an idea on what he's talking about here. So we've got 9 times 18. 9 times 18 divided by 12. 13 and a half feet. Yeah, 14. Because there's 2 kinds of cubits. So I rounded up to 14. It was like 14 by 9. And 4 cubits breadth was like 9 feet. So hang on. 13.5 feet long. So 9 cubits was the length. So his bed was 14 feet long. And 4 times 18 divided by 12. 6 foot wide. Yeah. Okay. Yep. 14 feet long and 6 foot wide. That's how big his bed was. 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth of it, after the cubit of a man. And this land which we possessed at that time from Aor, which is by the river Arnon, and half of Mount Gilead, and the cities thereof, gave I unto the Reubenites and to the Gadites. And the rest of Gilead, and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, gave I unto the half tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argob, with all Bashan, which was called the land of the giants. I bet nobody. I wonder if any of you knew just how much this book actually talks about giants. Like, and if you look into the history on giants, newspaper articles, clippings, shit that the Smithsonian couldn't bury, right? If you look into it, you will find that it's, if you want proof of the Bible, there it is. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the country of Argob unto the coast of Geshurai and Maachathai, and called them after his own name, Bashan Havoth Jair, Bashan Havoth Jair, unto this day. And I gave Gilead unto Mature, and unto the Reubenites, and unto the Gadites I gave from Gilead, even unto the river Arnon, half the valley, and the border even unto the river Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon, the plain also, and Jordan, and the coast thereof, from Chinnereth even unto the sea of the plain, even the salt sea under Ashdoth Pisgah eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, the Lord your God hath given you this land to possess it. You shall pass over armed before your brethren, the children of Israel, all that are meet for war. But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, for I know that you have much cattle, shall abide in your cities which I have given you, until the Lord have given rest unto your brethren as well as unto you, until they possess the land which the Lord your God have given them beyond Jordan. And this is when Reuben and Gad were like, here, we just want to stay back. We'll walk in the front. We'll go to war with you guys, but we just want this land back here. And then shall you return every man unto his possession, which I have given you, which was like at the end of Numbers. And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, Thine eyes have seen all that the Lord your God hath done unto these two kings. So shall the Lord do unto all the kingdoms whither thou passest. You shall not fear them, for the Lord your God, he shall fight for you. Goliath, yeah. Savannah's coming. Shiloh, your mom wants you. You shall not fear them, for the Lord your God, he shall fight for you. And I besought the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, thou hast begun to show thy servant thy greatness and thy mighty hand. For what God is there in heaven or in earth that can do according to thy works and according to thy might? I pray thee, let me go over and see the good land that is beyond Jordan, that goodly mountain in Lebanon. But the Lord was wroth with me for your sakes, and would not hear me. And the Lord said unto me, Let it suffice thee, speak no more unto me of this matter. Get thee up into the top of Pisgah, and lift up thine eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold it with thine eyes. For thou shalt not go over this Jordan. That's God telling Moses, you're not going over. But charge Joshua and encourage him and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land which thou shalt see. Remember, all the ones with no knowledge between good and evil. So we abode in the valley over against Beth Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now therefore hearken, O Israel. Here we go. I'm going to get my Bible. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Oh yeah, we got a lot of work to do. Good. Good. All right. Here we go. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 1. Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that you may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it. Take nothing from it. All them verses you guys don't like reading that you want to ignore, like the one going across the bottom of the screen. Jesus answered them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin. You want to ignore that and keep serving sin and think that you're okay? You're diminishing from his word. You're going to lose. You shall not add unto the word which I command you, neither shall you diminish aught from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that follow Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. Tells you right there. And remember, 1 John 3:8, he that committeth sin is of the devil. That's Baal Peor. That's Baal. Every time you sin, you serve Baal. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor. For all the men that follow Baal Peor, the Lord thy God hath destroyed them from among you. But you that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations. Wisdom and understanding. That's what it's about. The knowledge. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so near unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that hath statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself. Take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life, but teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons. Teach your kids and your kids' kids how to keep that law perfectly, because if you don't, you're done. There's only one way it works. And I tied this to 1 Timothy 4:16, because take heed to thyself and unto the doctrine, which is the word that was given. 1 Timothy 4:16. Take heed unto thyself and unto the doctrine, continue in them, for in doing this thou shalt both save thyself and them that hear thee. Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thine heart all the days of thy life, but teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And you came near and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude, only you heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might do them in the land whither you go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for you saw no matter of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air, the likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven. And when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God hath divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord hath taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as you are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and sware that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, but I must die in this land. I must not go over Jordan, but you shall go over and possess that good land. Take heed unto yourselves, lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which he made with you, and make you a graven image, or the likeness of anything which the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. Every time you sin, you forget the covenant. You choose sin over the covenant. That's it. And every time you choose sin, you're making a graven image to yourself. You're choosing something else over God, something created over the Creator. When thou shalt beget children and children's children, and you shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day that you shall soon utterly perish from off the land whereunto you go over to Jordan to possess it. You shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. It's coming. And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you. And there you shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. If thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Jeremiah 29:13. We looked this up in the beginning of this, right? We did. I'm going to pull it up again. Where is it? Man, I had a lot of ties I could have threw your way. Here. Oh, Jeremiah. And 13. And you shall seek me and find me when you shall search for me with all your heart. It's the only way. If you still sin, you don't have him. You don't know who he is. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. If thou seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul. When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, pay attention, it's talking about now. If thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shall be obedient unto his voice. You have to be what? Obedient to his voice, the word. If thou turn to the Lord thy God, and shalt be obedient unto his voice. For the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers, which he sware unto them. And he's talking about that covenant of Abraham. Because this is Moses talking about the covenant of Abraham, right? And he's telling you right here, boom, you have to be obedient. For ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven unto the other, whether there hath been any such things as this great thing is, or hath been heard like it. Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard, and live? Or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? And here's the problem. So you've got Moses talking to the Jews here about this because they're an unbelieving nation. They never have believed. They never did. They didn't believe then. God was going to destroy him in the wilderness, but Moses stood up and was like, no, don't, because then the Egyptians will believe that you're not really who you say you are. So if you are who you say you are, you got to do this. And Moses was right in saying so. And so he gave him the land anyway. But he's telling them right here, boom. And everybody's like, well, why don't we have signs and wonders now? Because they had them then and they didn't believe. They had it back then and they didn't believe. It wouldn't be any different today. It would be no different today. None. People would just make excuses. Excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. 34. Oh, or hath God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? Unto thee it was showed, that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God. There is none else beside him. Period. Unto thee it was showed, that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God, that there is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee. And upon earth he showed thee his great fire, and thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought thee out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God in heaven above and upon the earth beneath. There is none else. Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee this day, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God giveth thee forever. If you still break them, then you don't keep them. He made a way for you to keep them. David knew it. Abraham knew it. Job knew it. Asa knew it. A lot of people know it. Yeah, keep means never break them. That's how we roll. That's what I believe in. I can't break the law, ever. I'll never break the law. It's not possible. Jesus kept it for me. That's how that works. Then Moses severed 3 cities on this side Jordan towards the sun rising, that the slayer might flee thither. So 3 cities for the murderers to run to, which should kill his neighbor unaware, and hated him not in times past, and that fleeing unto one of these cities he might live. Namely, Bezer in the wilderness, in the plain country of the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead of the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan of the Manassites. And this is the law which Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which Moses spake unto the children of Israel after they came forth out of Egypt. On this side Jordan, in the valley over against Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel smote after they were come forth out of Egypt. And they possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, which were on this side Jordan towards the sun rising, from Eror, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, unto Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the plain on this side Jordan eastward, even unto the sea of the plain, under the springs of Pisgah. And Moses called all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel. And Moses called all Israel and said unto them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments which I speak in your ears this day, that you may learn them and keep and do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers. And now, remember how we talked about the 2 separate covenants? Here's where he shows you. It's 2 separate covenants. Abraham's is the covenant you want, because keeping Abraham's covenant is how you keep the covenant with Moses. Without Abraham's covenant, you don't have anything, because Jesus did away with the Moses covenant. Jesus fulfilled the Moses covenant. It doesn't, we're free from the law. Romans 6:14, you're not under the law, but under grace. Romans 7:4, wherefore, my brethren, you are become dead to the law through the body of Christ, that you should be married to another, even to him who was raised. So the Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made not this covenant with our fathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. So this was not the covenant made with Abraham. Abraham's was faith. He had to believe. This is a separate covenant. The Lord talked with you face to face in the mount of the midst of the fire. I stood between the Lord and you at the time to show you the word of the Lord. For you were afraid by reason of the fire and went not up into the mount, saying, I am the Lord thy God. Ooh, excuse me. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Yep. There we go. This is going to go over to, uh, it would be Exodus. Where are we at? Verse 7. Exodus chapter 20, verse 3. This is where it's the same thing, just repeating the same shit. Exodus chapter 20, right here. See, I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt, but out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images. Just so you guys know. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Thou shalt have none other gods before me. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, of them that what? Hate him, not the ones that love him, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Pay attention to a word in there. Mercy unto thousands. That would be Exodus 34, verse 7. Mercy unto thousands. Because it's only 144,000. There's only, no, Exodus 34. It's only 144,000. Exodus 34, verse 7. Keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, that will by no means clear the guilty. By no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children and the children's children into the third and fourth generation. But it's only for thousands. 144,000 to be exact. To be exact. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Not millions, not billions. The rapture that everybody's expecting isn't going to be one day you wake up and a third of the world is missing, because no, if you still sin, you're not saved. You're not one of the thousands. And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. And that's right here. Everybody in here that preaches that they still sin, and then like who is it up here that said, he stopped in for a second. Yeah, this guy right here, Private Wars. Got to keep them, but every time you break them, you're not keeping it. I agree. You got to keep them perfectly. If you break one, you serve the devil. I agree 1,000%, 1,000%. But there's an understanding behind it, because a real believer isn't under the law. The law was not made for a righteous man. The law was not made for the thousands. The law was made for the ones that break it. Right here. The law was not made for the thousands. They keep the commandments perfectly because they're not under them. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thine ox, nor thine ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. So nobody in your house at all. And remember that thou wast a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord thy God brought thee out thence through a mighty hand and by a stretched out arm. Therefore the Lord thy God commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day. Honor thy father and thy mother, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that thy days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with thee in a land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Thou shalt not kill, neither shalt thou commit adultery. Neither shalt thou steal, neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor, neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife, neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. You look at, and I want you to remember that that's number 10, right? There's no covet, thou shalt not covet, neither shalt thou covet. No coveting, right? Paul says we're dead to the law in Romans, and that's the law he's talking about, is the 10 commandments. We're dead to the whole thing, everything, all 613 laws. Paul tells you in Romans 7:4, we are dead to the law through the body of Christ, right here. And this is all part of it for the people that do read their Bibles, right here. Wherefore, my brethren, you also are become dead to the law by the body of Christ. Dead means dead. Dead to it. It doesn't affect us anymore. It doesn't affect me anymore. And then 3 verses down, he tells you what law he's talking about. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid. So is trying to keep the law sin? No. Breaking it is. Breaking it is sin. Trying to keep it is not. But if you try to keep it, all you're going to do is break the law. That is sin. You're supposed to be dead to the law. You're supposed to trust that Jesus fulfilled it for you, that it's done. And if you're no longer under it, if you're dead to the law, if you believe that you're dead to the law by the body of Christ, if you believe in Jesus, then you're not under the law. You can't break the law. And this is how you know right here. What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid. Nay, I had not known sin, but by the law. For I had not known lust, except the law had said, thou shalt not covet. So number 10 of the 10 commandments is the law. The 10 commandments is the law that Paul's talking about being dead to. You're dead to it. It doesn't, Jesus fulfilled it for you. For every human being walking this earth, you just have to believe it. But sin, taking occasion by the commandment, wrought in me all manner of concupiscence. For without the law, sin was dead. Without the law, sin is dead. That's why Jesus fulfilled the law for us, so that we could be dead to sin, which is, ironically, Romans 6:11, right here. Likewise, reckon you also yourselves to be dead indeed unto sin, but alive unto God through Jesus Christ our Lord. Verse 18, being free from sin, being made free from sin, you become the servants of righteousness. You're free from sin because you're not under the law, but under grace. So there it is. It's the 10 commandments. That's how you know you're dead to it. Neither shalt thou desire thy neighbor's wife. Neither shalt thou covet thy neighbor's house, his field, his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, his ass, or anything that is thy neighbor's. These words the Lord spake unto all your assembly in the mount, out of the midst of the fire, of the cloud, and out of thick darkness, with a great voice. And he added no more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, and delivered them unto me. And it came to pass, when you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire. That mountain is still black. The top of it is still black. And it came to pass, when you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain did burn with fire, that you came near unto me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. You said, behold, the Lord your God hath showed us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. We have seen this day that God doth talk with man, and he liveth. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh that hath heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as we have, and lived? Go thou near and hear all that the Lord our God shall say, and speak thou unto us all that the Lord our God shall speak unto thee, and we will hear it and do it. And the Lord heard the voice of your words when you spake unto me, and the Lord said unto me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they have spoken unto thee. They have well said all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me, and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Look at that. All these people out there saying they keep the law, but they still break it. They're not actually keeping it. They're lying to themselves, and they're lying to you. And the worst part is some of the people in here are probably some of those people that lie to themselves. If you still break the law, you're not saved. If you still break the law, you're of the devil. Oh, that there was such a heart in them, a heart in them. It's about your heart. That they would fear me and keep all my commandments always. Keep all my commandments always. That it might be well with them and with their children forever. He's not talking about here. He's talking about the forever part. Go say to them, get you into your tents again. But as for thee, stand thou here by me, and I will speak unto thee all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I give them to possess it. You shall observe and do, therefore, as the Lord your God hath commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left, neither. And to the people that understand this, you're going to understand that that's not to the right hand, not to the left, not to good, not to bad. There's no knowledge of good and evil, no spinning. It's perfection. You don't turn either way. You shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God hath commanded you. That is, without turning to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the ways which the Lord your God hath commanded you, that you may live, and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land which you shall possess. Deuteronomy 6:1. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land whither you go to possess it. It's twice you've made it to the screen today there, Private Wars. I'm a bit too confident in thinking that sin isn't real. I'd say it's a bit sickening how confident you are in that it is. I say Jesus destroyed it. You say he couldn't. You deny Christ. It's very simple. That's very, very simple. Jesus destroyed sin. You say he couldn't do it. You put God in your box and put your words above his. You're a dumbass. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in a land whither you go to possess it. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that you may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in a land that floweth with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. Yeah, here we go. That's good. Good. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day, these words, the whole book, these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyelids. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities, which thou buildest not, Not long story. And houses full of all good things, which thou fillest not, and wells digged, which thou diggest not, vineyards and olive trees, which thou plantedst not. When thou shalt have eaten and be full, then beware lest thou forget the Lord which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. You shall not go after other gods, of the gods of the people which are round about you. For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. You shall not tempt the Lord your God, as you tempted him in Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies, and his statutes, with which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to cast out all thine enemies from before thee, as the Lord hath spoken. And when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, What mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, We were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed signs and wonders great and sore upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in to give us the land which he sware unto our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness. It shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us. Got to do them all. Got to keep them perfect. You either got to keep them perfectly yourself, or you have to accept that Jesus did it for you, and because he did it, it counts as you doing it. And you're dead to the law, and then you're dead to sin, and then you can't break the law because you're not under it, which means you actually keep the law. The people who try to do it themselves, they only fail. Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1. When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and hath cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. That's the rules right there. Egypt's playing a dangerous game. Not Egypt. Yeah, they might as well just call them Egypt, right? Flesh Jews. Well, we know they're not the real Jews, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're spitting all over everything that, man, just makes me sad. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughters thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son, for they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. Don't hang out with sinners, man. But thus shall you deal with them. You shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven images with fire. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath which he had sworn unto your fathers, hath the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth the covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. Right there. Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant. He did it. And mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. And repayeth them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hateth him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command thee this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if you hearken to these judgments, and keep and do them, that the Lord thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he sware unto who? Abraham, unto thy fathers. And he will love thee and bless thee and multiply thee. He will also bless the fruit of thy womb and the fruit of thy land, thy corn and thy wine, and thine oil, and the increase of thy kind, and the flocks and the sheep in the land which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee. Thou shalt be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you, or among your cattle. And the Lord shall take away from thee all sickness, and will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which thou knowest, upon thee, but will lay them upon all them that hate thee. And thou shalt consume all the people which the Lord thy God shall deliver thee. Thine eye shall have no pity upon them. Neither shalt thou serve their gods, for that will be a snare unto thee. If thou shalt say in thine heart, these nations are more than I, how can I dispossess them? Thou shalt not be afraid of them, but shalt well remember what the Lord thy God did unto Pharaoh and unto all Egypt, the great temptations which thine eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, and the mighty hand and the stretched out arm, whereby the Lord thy God brought thee out. So shall the Lord thy God do unto all the people of whom thou art afraid. Moreover, the Lord thy God will send the hornet among them until they that are left and hide themselves, until they that are left and hide themselves from thee be destroyed. Thou shalt not be affrighted at them, for the Lord thy God is among you, a mighty God and terrible. And the Lord thy God will put out those nations before thee by little and little. Thou mayest not consume them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase upon thee. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them unto thee, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they be destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thine hand, and thou shalt destroy their name from under heaven. There shall no man be able to stand before thee until thou have destroyed them. The graven images of their gods shall you burn with fire. Thou shalt not desire the silver or gold that is in them, nor take it unto thee, lest thou be snared therein, for it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. Neither shalt thou bring an abomination into thine house, lest thou be a cursed thing like it. But thou shalt utterly detest it, and thou shalt utterly abhor it, for it is a cursed thing. Deuteronomy chapter 8. All the commandments which I command thee this day shall you observe to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee and to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart, whether thou would keep his commandments or no. That's what he wants. Look at that. Oof. Oof. Whether you keep them or no. If you still break them, you don't keep them. The ones who broke it, he killed them. They were done. And thou shalt remember all the way which the Lord thy God led thee these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble thee and to prove thee, to know what was in thine heart, whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no. And he humbled thee and suffered thee to hunger, and fed thee with manna, which thou knewest not, neither did thy fathers know, that he might make thee know that man doth not live by bread only, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Lord doth man live. Matthew 4:4. Matthew chapter 4, verse 4. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. Perfect. Jesus quoting scripture right there. 4. Thy raiment waxed not old upon thee, neither did thy foot swell these 40 years. Thou shalt also consider in thine heart that as a man chasteneth his son, so the Lord thy God chasteneth thee. Therefore thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to fear him. For the Lord thy God bringeth thee into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of the valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of oil, olive, and honey, a land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it. A land wherein thou shalt eat bread without scarceness. Thou shalt not lack anything in it. A land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills thou mayest dig brass. When thou hast eaten and art full, then thou shalt bless the Lord thy God for the good of the land which he hath given thee. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. Every time, and this right here, it's right there. It's right in front of your face. Every time you sin, you forget him. If you still sin, you don't know Jesus. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God in not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. I need to use this verse a lot more often. Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God in keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, lest when thou hast eaten and art full, and hast built goodly houses and dwelt therein, and when thy herds and thy flocks multiply, and thy silver and thy gold is multiplied, and all that thou hast is multiplied, then thine heart be filled up, and forget the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, who led thee through the great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents and scorpions, and drought, wherein there was no water, who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee to do thee good at thy latter end. And thou say in thine heart, my power and the might of mine hand hath gotten me this wealth. That's what they do. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. Look at that. He's again talking about the covenant made with Abraham. He's not talking about the one with Moses. He's talking about the one he made with the fathers, with Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he sware unto thy fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them, and worship them, I testify against you this day that you shall surely perish. At all. If you forget the Lord thy God at all. In anything. In anything. If you call anything sin, you serve the devil. Period. And it shall be, if thou do at all forget the Lord thy God, and walk after other gods, and serve them and worship them, I testify you this day that you shall surely perish. As the nations which the Lord destroyed before your face, so shall you perish, because you would not be obedient unto the voice of the Lord your God. Look at that. It's right there. Deuteronomy 9. Hear, O Israel, thou art to pass over Jordan this day, to go in to possess nations greater and mightier than thyself, cities great and fenced up to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakims, whom thou knowest, and of whom thou hast heard say, who can stand before the children of Anak? Understand therefore this day, that the Lord thy God is he which goeth over before thee as a consuming fire. He shall destroy them. He shall bring them down before thy face. So shalt thou drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord hath said unto thee. Speak not thou in thine heart. After that, the Lord thy God cast them out from before thee, saying, For my righteousness the Lord hath brought me in to possess this land. But for the wickedness of these nations, the Lord doth drive them out from before thee. Not for thy righteousness, or for the uprightness of thine heart, dost thou go in to possess the land. But for the wickedness of these nations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee, and that he may perform the word which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Which is talking about Jesus. That he may perform the word which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And you see that confirmed in Galatians chapter 3, verse 8, that the gospel was indeed preached to Abraham. You see that with Melchizedek. You see that with the three dudes showing up to talk to Abraham when they told him that Sarah was going to have a baby, and she was in the house and overheard it and laughed. Right here. And the scripture, foreseeing that God would justify the heathen through faith, preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, In thee shall all nations be blessed. He wasn't joking. Abraham knew the gospel. He knew the blessing that was going to come. He had to trust it. He had to believe. I understand, therefore, that the Lord thy God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness. Understand, therefore, that the Lord thy God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness. For thou art a stiff-necked people. That's Moses talking to the fake Jews right there. Told them point blank, you're not getting this land for you. It says it right here. Not for thy righteousness or for thy uprightness of thine heart dost thou go in to possess the land, but for the wickedness of these nations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee, and that he may perform. That he may perform. This is why he gave these people the land, so that he could perform the word which he swore unto Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It had nothing to do with the flesh Jews. They were stiff-necked. They were sinners. He gave it to the ones that had no knowledge of good and evil as the example for us to look in Deuteronomy and see what the mind frame of a child is, so we could understand what he's looking for in ourselves. If you're willing to trust him or not. To trust that he made you perfect no matter what. Understand, therefore, that the Lord thy God giveth thee not this good land to possess it for thy righteousness. For thou art a stiff-necked people. It was never intended for them to begin with. It was intended for the ones that would follow the covenant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It was intended for the believers all along. The thousands, the mercy unto thousands that would actually keep the commandments by not breaking them, right? Not breaking them, not being under them, trusting that God did it for us. That's who it's for. It's always been that way. It's always going to be that way. Remember and forget not how thou provoked the Lord thy God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day that thou didst depart out of the land of Egypt until you came unto this place, you have been rebellious against the Lord. He told him here, look, it's right there. It's always been there. They just ignore it. They don't want to fucking admit that it means what it says, but it does. Remember and forget not how thou provokest the Lord thy God to wrath in the wilderness from the day that thou didst depart out of the land of Egypt until you came unto this place. You have been rebellious against the Lord. Also in Horeb you provoked the Lord to wrath, so that the Lord was angry with you to have destroyed you. He wanted to wipe them out in the wilderness. When I was gone up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant, which the Lord made with you, then I abode in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. I neither did eat bread nor drink water. And the Lord delivered unto me 2 tables of stone written with the finger of God. And on them was written according to all the words which the Lord spake with you in the mount out of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights that the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone, even the tables of the covenant. And the Lord said unto me, Arise, Get thee down quickly from hence, for thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. They are quickly turned aside out of the way which I commanded them. They have made unto them a molten image. Furthermore, the Lord spake unto me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and blot out their name from under heaven. And I will make thee a nation mightier and greater than they. That's what God told Moses. That's what he wanted. That's what he wanted to do in the wilderness. He's like, I'm fucking done with them. They're stiff-necked, never going to listen. Let me just wipe them out, and I'll make you a mightier nation out of other people. And Moses argued for him. So I turned and came down from the mount, and the mount burned with fire, and the 2 tables of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against the Lord your God and made you a molten calf. It doesn't matter if you don't make a molten calf. Private wars, it doesn't matter if you don't make a molten calf. If you sin at all, you sin against God. If you sin, you're of the devil. If you still sin, you're a stiff-necked, cut-off individual. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against the Lord your God and had made you a molten calf. You had turned aside quickly out of the way which the Lord had commanded you. And I took the 2 tables and cast them out of my 2 hands and brake them before your eyes. And I fell down before the Lord as at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I did neither eat bread nor drink water because of all your sins which you sinned in doing wickedly in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. I mean, that's it. That's what it is. God made it so you were perfect. And if you don't accept that, if you don't believe he did it, then you don't believe in him. If you believe you sinned, then you're these motherfuckers. And they lose in the end. They're going to lose everything in the end. They're going back into Egypt. They don't even know it. They're going back to Egypt. The Bible says so. He's going to give the land to the ones that have no knowledge of good and evil so that he could perform the oath that he promised Abraham because Abraham believed him. Oh, I'm so fucking excited. And I fell down before the Lord as at the first 40 days and 40 nights. I did neither eat bread nor drink water because of all your sins which you sinned in doing wickedly in the sight of the Lord to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and a hot displeasure wherewith the Lord was wroth against you to destroy you. But the Lord hearkened unto me at that time also. And the Lord was very angry with Aaron to have destroyed him, and I prayed for Aaron also at the same time. And I took your sin, the calf which you had made, and burnt it with fire, and stamped it, and ground it very small, even until it was as small as dust, and I cast the dust thereof into the brook that descended out of the mount, and then he made them drink it. If you remember that from, where we're at 21, you see, Exodus 32:20. Exodus 32:20. He ended up making them drink the water. And at Teberah, and at Massah, and at Kibboth Hatava, you provoked the Lord to wrath. Likewise, when the Lord sent you up from Kadesh Barnea, saying, go up and possess the land which I have given you, then you rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and you believed him not, nor hearkened to his voice. They never believed. They were never the real Jews. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. Thus I fell down before the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, as I fell down at the first, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. I prayed therefore unto the Lord and said, O Lord God, destroy not thy people and thine inheritance, which thou hast redeemed through thy greatness, which thou hast brought forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember thy servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look not unto the stubbornness of this people, nor their wickedness, nor to their sin. Lest the land whence thou broughtest us out of say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he had promised them, and because he hated them, he hath brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. So only reason God didn't destroy them in the wilderness was right here. Because Moses was smart enough to be like, hey, yo, please don't forget Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And if you do this thing, then everybody's going to say you couldn't give them the land. Lest the land whence thou broughtest us out, Egypt, say, because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land which he promised them, and because he hated them, he hath brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are thy people and thine inheritance, which thou broughtest out by thy mighty power and by thy stretched out arm. Deuteronomy 10. At that time the Lord said unto me, Hoe thee 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and come up unto me into the mount, and make thee an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were in the first tables, which thou breakest, and thou shalt put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and hoed 2 tables of stone like unto the first, and went up into the mount, having the 2 tables in mine hand. And he wrote on the tables, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments, which the Lord spake unto you in the mount of the midst of the fire in the day of the assembly, and the Lord gave them unto me. And I turned myself and came down from the mount, and put the tables in the ark which I made, and there they be as the Lord commanded me. And the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Jachan to Masera. There Aaron died, and there he was buried, and Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his stead. From thence they journeyed unto Golgotha, and from Golgotha to Jaboth, and a land of rivers and waters. And at that time the Lord separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord to minister unto him, and to bless in his name unto this day. Wherefore Levi hath no part nor inheritance with his brethren, and the Lord is his inheritance, according as the Lord thy God promised him. And I stayed in the mount, according to the first time, 40 days and 40 nights. And the Lord hearkened unto me at that time also, and the Lord would not destroy thee. And the Lord said unto me, Arise, take thy journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land which I swear unto their fathers to give unto them. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee? But to fear the Lord thy God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thine heart and with all thy soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes, which I command thee this day for thy good. To keep, 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 keep. Sound like a fucking bird. Keep, keep, keep. If you break them, you're not keeping them. Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens is the Lord's, thy God. The earth also, with all that is therein, with all that therein is. The earth also, with all that therein is. It's all his. It all belongs to him. Every bit of it. Every fucking molecule belongs to God. Even the cartel boats piled with cocaine. Even the fucking trailers bringing over the migrants. Even the airplanes filled with people going from fucking China to Russia or whatever. They're all his. It's all his. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them. He just shits all over these people all the time. Only the Lord had a delight in thy fathers to love them, and he chose their seed after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Now, here's where the title comes in. He says, Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. How many times has he called them stiff-necked so far? Like 4, right? He just shits all over these people. Moses knew God did not, from the get-go, the only reason they got the land was because God didn't like the people that was in it. It wasn't because he cared about these people. He just didn't like the other ones. That's what this whole thing is. And he's telling them right here. He's already told them through this whole thing. It's about having no knowledge of good and evil, circumcising the foreskin of your heart, right? Which was the covenant given to Abraham. You see that. It's Genesis 17. We went through it. We've gone through this. Everybody that's done this knows. But I'll give you the tie for this to the New Testament. The circumcision of the dick was a sign given to Abraham of the covenant made with Abraham for the circumcision of the heart. It's always been about the heart. It's always going to be about the heart. It doesn't matter if you're circumcising your dick or not. Doesn't fucking matter. Right here. Watch this. For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly. Let's just do this again. For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly. Neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh. The dick circumcision doesn't make you a Jew. God even said so. Right here, he's telling you how to get there. Right there. Circumcise your heart. But he is a Jew, which is one inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart. In the spirit, not in the letter, whose praise is not of men, but of God. Right here. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. All the way back to Deuteronomy, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. It's always been the same. And only 144,000 are going to figure it out. Circumcise, therefore, the foreskin of your heart, and be no more stiff-necked. For the Lord your God is a God of gods, and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty and a terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care about you. He could poof, we're gone in a blink. But he is looking for the ones that trust him, like Abraham, Jacob, and Isaac. For the Lord your God is a God of gods, and a Lord of lords, and a great God, and mighty, and terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doesn't give a shit about your fucking career and your car and your house. He doesn't give a fuck how hard you tried today to do a good thing. He doesn't care. He doesn't regard people. He doesn't care about your master's degrees. He doesn't care about your careers. He doesn't care about your fucking half-ass attempt at obedience to the law. He doesn't care that you give it your whole thing. If you break it once, you're of the devil. He made it so you could be circumcised in the heart and become a real Jew. If you don't do that, you don't get in. If you still sin, you're done. You don't know him. Never have. That spirit, these people, they go to these heathen buildings on Sundays and they're like, oh, I feel the spirit. I feel. That's not the fucking Holy Spirit. That's the wicked one deceiving them, making them think they're saved, but they leave the building and they go home and they serve sin again. As soon as they're in the parking lot, she's fucking bad mouthing. Did you see? How do I want to do this? Did you see Jessica and her husband today? Did you see her kids don't look like they took a bath for a week? Straight in fucking bullshit. Bad mouth people, hypocrites, all of them. For the Lord your God is a God of gods and Lord of lords, a great God, a mighty God, and terrible, which regardeth not persons, nor taketh reward. He doth execute the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loveth the stranger, in giving him food and raiment. Love ye therefore the stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Love strangers. Supposed to preach to them the gospel. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, him shalt thou serve, and to him shalt thou cleave and swear by his name. He is thy praise, he is thy God, that hath done for thee these great and terrible things which thine eyes have seen. Thy fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, 70 people. And now the Lord thy God hath made thee as the stars of heaven for multitude. It's over 600,000 people. All right, everybody take a 5 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we'll come back and get into 11. I don't think this would be as bad as I thought it would be, but it's a good book. I love Deuteronomy because it covers every base. It covers everything. I'll be right back. Okay. Whew. I hope everybody's having a good night. I really do. It's been a pretty stressful couple days for us. Not gonna get into all that, but everything's working out so perfect. So perfect. Everything's just going so perfect. Even when it's stressful, it just adds to what he does. God is so good. The end game is so ruthless. He's perfect. But yeah, this is gonna get pretty good. Ooh, Aaron died. Oh, I don't remember. All right, you guys ready? Burnett, you know what's going on. Nobody else does. Only the people in the field know. And we'll talk about that. I'll type about it at the end because even right up before this, like, the amount of shit, the amount of shit you'll get for trying to put somebody through a Bible study, you'd be amazed. You just be amazed at how far people will go to run from the Bible. It's sad. Deuteronomy chapter 11. Therefore, thou shalt love the Lord thy God and keep his charge and his statutes and his judgments and his commandments always. Always. If you break one, you're of the devil. And I've said it so many times tonight. I just want to make sure I have it pulled up so I don't have to say it again. I can just flip back to it. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinneth from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the works of the devil. It's the truth. If you sin, you're of the devil. Real believers can't sin. We're not under the law. He kept it for us. Therefore, thou shalt love the Lord thy God and keep his charge and his statutes and his judgments and his commandments always. And know ye this day, for I speak not with your children which you have not known, and which have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his stretched out arm, and his miracles and his acts which he did in the midst of Egypt unto Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and unto all his land, and what he did unto the army of Egypt, and unto their horses, and unto their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how the Lord hath destroyed them unto this day. And what he did unto you in the wilderness until you came into this place, and what he did unto Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened up her mouth and swallowed them up, and their households and their tents, and all the substance that was in their possession, in the midst of all Israel, when they challenged Moses. That was when they challenged Moses. I wonder if I have the tie in it. 11:6, right? Yeah, Numbers chapter 16, verse 1. But your eyes have seen all the great acts of the Lord which he did. Therefore shall you keep all the commandments which I command you this day, that you may be strong and go in and possess the land, whither you go to possess it, and that you may prolong your days in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give unto them and to their seed, a land that floweth with milk and honey. Again, to Abraham, to his seed. For the land whither thou goest in to possess it. Oh, and by the way, this whole his seed, Abraham's seed, to his fathers and to his seed, you got to understand something about that. That circumcision of the heart that he talked about in Deuteronomy, that is the ones who are of Abraham. That's the ones who are counted for the seed. And you see that in Deuteronomy because he said you have to circumcise your heart and be no more stiff necked, right? You have to. So he says here in Romans chapter 9, verse 7, neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall thy seed be called. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. So even in Deuteronomy, when he's talking about giving the land to the fathers and to his seed, he's talking about these guys. He's talking about the believers. That's who's going to inherit the land. For the land whither thou goest in to possess it is not as the land of Egypt from whence you came out, where thou sowest thy seed and waterest it with thy foot as a garden of herbs. But this land, whither you go to possess it, is a land of hills and valleys, and drinketh water of the rain of heaven. Hang on, I gotta get this thing turned down. TT! Can you turn down the TV? Please and thank you. But the land whether you go to possess it is a land of hills and valleys, and drinketh water of the rain of heaven, a land which the Lord thy God careth for. The eyes of the Lord thy God are always upon it, from the beginning of the year even unto the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto my commandments, which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil. First, early and latter rain. We're in 11:14. Right? Nope, that's not it. 11:14. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Hang on. Let's go to, I want to say James has it too. James 1 verse. Oh, wait. So he received early in the latter rain. Early, latter rain. It is James chapter 5 verse 7. And Joel 2:23. It's more than that too. Bible wasn't being accurate. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Behold, the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth, and hath long patience for it, until he receive the early and latter rain. That's like the believers back with Abraham, all the way up through now. The early and the latter rain. That's it. We'll just go back up here. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto all my commandments, which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, which he talks about in James 5:7, Joel 2:23, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived. And you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. Every time you sin, you serve the devil. He that commits sin is of the devil. Every time you sin, you serve another God, who is no God. I gotta find a fucking pen. I really need a pen. This is gonna drive me nuts. You guys know how I am. I have to. Can you give me a pen in the box? Please, thank you very much. 11:14 to first rain and take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived. And that's the same thing I tell all you guys, man. The evidence, you know them by their fruits. That's what Jesus warned you for. He said, you know them by their fruits. A good tree cannot produce corrupt fruit. A corrupt tree cannot produce good fruit. You're either good or you're corrupt. It's one or the other. You can't be both. Take heed that your heart be not deceived. right? If you think you believe in Jesus and you think you're saved and you still sin, your heart's deceived. You're lying to yourself. You're just lying to yourself. You're playing pretend with everybody else that plays pretend. That's not the real salvation. Take heed to yourselves that your heart be not deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, unless you perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore, shall you lay up for these my words. I love it. Therefore shall you lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul. All of his words, the entire book. Therefore shall you lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. That goes back to Deuteronomy 6:6-9. And you shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorpost of thine house, and upon thy gates. Where are we? 11:20. Yeah, I did die. Okay. That your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if you shall diligently keep all these commandments which I command you, to do them, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him, then will the Lord drive out all these nations from before you, and you shall possess greater nations and mightier than yourselves. Every place whereon the soles of your feet shall tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river, the river Euphrates, even unto the uttermost sea shall your coast be. There shall no man be able to stand before you, for the Lord your God shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you upon all the land that you shall tread upon, as he hath said unto you. True statement. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. Okay, the curse, the law. You'll see. A blessing if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day. And a curse if you will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day to go after other gods which you have not known. The blessing is only if you figure out how to keep it perfectly. That's it. The curse is if you break it. If you break it, you're cursed. If you put yourself under it, you're going to fail it. That's the curse. And if you break one, you're guilty of all. He said in Numbers chapter 15, it's one law. It's only one law. Don't eat off of the tree. Don't eat off of the tree. It's always been the same law. Don't eat off of the tree. Get rid of the knowledge of good and evil. Trust that Jesus reconciled all things. A curse if you will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God. If you still sin, you're disobedient. It's not going to fly. A curse. I'm very repetitive. A curse. It's a curse. Galatians 3:10. Right? Everybody who's under the works of the law is under the curse. And he's going to cover it even deeper. That's why we're going deep into it right now, because it's going to get even deeper in Deuteronomy, where he tells them point blank, he's cursing them. He was not happy with them. They did not believe in him. He wanted to destroy them in the wilderness. For as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse. For it is written, cursed is everyone that continueth not in all things that are written in the book of the law to do them. You either keep the whole thing perfectly, or you're done. And a curse if you will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside out of the way which I command you this day, to go after other gods which you have not known. 1 John 3:8. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord thy God hath brought thee in unto the land whither thou goest to possess it, that thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim, and the curse upon Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of Jordan, by the way where the sun goeth down, in the land of the Canaanites, which dwell in the champaign over against Gilgal, beside the plains of Moreh? For you shall pass over Jordan to go in to possess the land which the Lord your God giveth you, and you shall possess it and dwell therein, and you shall observe to do all the statutes and judgments which I set before you this day. All, it has to be all, it's everything. Deuteronomy 12. These are the statutes and judgments which you shall observe to do in the land, which the Lord God of thy fathers giveth thee to possess it, all the days that you live upon the earth. You shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which you shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills, and under every green tree. And you shall overthrow their altars and break their pillars and burn their groves with fires. And you shall hoe down the graven images of their gods and destroy the names of them out of that place. You shall not do so unto the Lord your God, but unto the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall you seek, and thither thou shalt come. And thither you shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and heave offerings of your hand and your vows and your free will offerings and the firstlings of your herds and of your flocks. And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all that you put your hand unto, you and your households, wherein the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. You shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. You shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. Right there. You shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. Every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. For you are not as yet come to the rest and to the inheritance which the Lord your God giveth you. And he tells him right there, you're not at the rest yet. Boom. But when you go over Jordan and dwell in the land which which the Lord your God giveth you to inherit, and when he giveth you rest from all your enemies round about, so that you dwell safely, then there shall be a place which the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. Thither shall you bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and your heave offering, and the heave offerings of your hand, and all the choice vows which you vow unto the Lord. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters, and your men servants and your maid servants, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he hath no part nor inheritance with you. Take heed to thyself that thou offer not thy burnt offerings in every place that thou seest. Right there. I mean, fuck, you can look at that. Take heed to yourself that you don't just wander into a heathen building and fall for some bullshit. But in the place which the Lord shall choose in one of thy tribes, there thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and there thou shalt do all that I command thee. Notwithstanding, thou mayest kill and eat flesh in all thy gates, whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee. The unclean and the clean may be, and the unclean and the clean may eat thereof, as out of a roebuck and as of the hart. Only you shall not eat the blood, you shall pour it upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat within thy gates the tithe of thy corn, or of thy wine, or of thy oil, or the firstlings of thy herds, or of thy flock, nor of any of the vows which thou vowest, nor thy freewill offerings, or heave offering of thine hand. But thou must eat them before the Lord thy God, in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God in all that thou puttest thine hands unto. In all that thou puttest thine hands unto. Take heed to thyself that thou forsake not the Levite as long as thou livest upon the earth. When the Lord thy God shall enlarge thy border, as he hath promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thy soul longeth to eat flesh, thou mayest eat flesh, whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. Ooh. When the Lord thy God shall enlarge thy border as he hath promised thee, and thou shalt say, I will eat flesh, because thy soul longeth to eat flesh, thou mayest eat flesh, whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. If the place which the Lord thy God hath chosen to put his name there be too far from thee, then thou shalt kill of thy herd and of thy flock, which the Lord hath given thee, as I have commanded thee, and thou shalt eat in thy gates whatsoever thy soul lusteth after. Even as the roebuck and the hart is eaten, so thou shalt eat them. The unclean and the clean shall eat of them alike. Only be sure, and now I like how he's saying this, the unclean and the clean alike. Alike. It's all perfect. Only be sure that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is the life, and thou mayest not eat the life within the flesh. Thou shalt not eat it, thou shalt pour it out upon the earth as water. There's a lot of reading. Thou shalt not eat it, thou shalt pour it out upon the earth as water. Thou shalt not eat it, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord. Only thy holy things which thou hast, and thy vows shalt thou take, and go unto the place which the Lord shall choose. And thou shalt offer thy burnt offerings, and the flesh and the blood upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and the blood of thy sacrifices shall be poured out upon the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt eat the flesh. Observe and hear all these words which I command thee, that it may go well with thee and with thy children after thee forever, when thou doest that which is good and right in the sight of the Lord thy God. All his words. When the Lord thy God shall cut off the nations from before thee, whither thou goest to possess them, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their land, take heed to thyself that thou be not snared by following them. After that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve gods? How did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God, for every abomination to the Lord which he hateth have they done unto their gods. For even their sons and their daughters have they burnt in the fire to their gods. What things soever I command you, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it. You can't take away anything. You have to line up with the whole book. And once you do, it's really easy. It's really easy. Like once you know the whole thing, it's really easy. You just got to do it. Whatsoever thing I command you, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it. And I like this. Like, I mean, I know it's literal. It absolutely means exactly what it says. These motherfuckers passed their children through the fire, right? They burned their kids. But at the same token, today, I mean, parents are doing the same thing to their children. They're not. They refuse to learn. They're letting their kids go to hell. Is what they're doing. They won't learn the truth. They won't accept the truth. They won't teach their kids the Bible. They won't sit and spend the time with them. They won't read with them. They won't pay attention to them. They won't. They'd rather let their kids sit and play video games 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They don't have. There's no structure. There's no real natural care. There's no love. It's empty houses and kids staring at screens. It's garbage. What things soever I command you, observe to do it. Thou shalt not add thereto, nor diminish from it. If you let your kid, if you keep serving sin and you let your kid serve sin, you're passing your kids through the fire. You're causing them to be burned. Deuteronomy chapter 13. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder come to pass, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods which thou hast not known, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hearken unto the words of the prophet or the dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God proveth you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Do this a little slower, right? If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, all the people on YouTube, I had a dream. I had this dream that I was standing there and the Lord came down and he said, we're all going to be okay. They lie. If there arise among you a prophet or a dreamer of dreams, and giveth thee a sign or a wonder, and the sign or a wonder come to pass, it doesn't happen, whereof he spake unto thee, saying, let us go after other gods which thou hast not known, and let us serve them, thou shalt not hearken unto the words of that prophet, or that dreamer of dreams, for the Lord your God proveth you to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. This is how you prove them, right here. If they don't line up with this, if what comes out of their mouth doesn't line up with this, don't listen to them. You shall walk after the Lord your God and fear him and keep his commandments and obey his voice, and you shall serve him and cleave unto him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust thee out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee to walk in. So shalt thou put the evil away from the midst of thee. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or the wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is as thine own soul, entice thee secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, namely of the gods of the people which are round about you. Right? He's talking about your son, your dad, or far off from thee, from one end of the earth, even unto the other end of the earth. Thou shalt not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shall thine eye pity him, neither shalt thou spare, neither shalt thou conceal him. Let's do this again. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or thy daughter, or thy wife of thy bosom, or thy friend, which is as thine own soul, could be your closest friend, entice thee secretly, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which thou hast not known, thou nor thy fathers, namely of the gods of the people which are round about you, near unto thee or far off from thee, from one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth, thou shalt not consent unto him, nor hearken unto him, neither shalt thine eye pity him, neither shalt thou spare. No sparing, no. Neither shalt thou conceal him. Now, we're not under the law anymore, right? We're not under these 613 things, but I will tell you the same thing, that even today, God is still a jealous God. God is still a jealous God. Cut the bad fruit off of the tree, make the sacrifice. Who knows that? But cut the bad fruit off of the tree and make the sacrifice. Spit them the gospel. If they won't listen, bye-bye. God's a jealous God. And he's not going to spare. But thou shalt surely kill him. I mean, you got to follow man's laws. The Bible says follow man's laws. That's why we're not under these things anymore. But thou shalt surely kill him. Thine hand shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterwards the hand of all the people. If there was somebody spitting lies back then, lies, right? Preaching sin, shit. Oh, you got to fucking do this, and you got to do that, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. And they weren't lining up with the word, they just kill you. And thou shalt stone him with stones, that he die, because he hath sought to thrust thee away from the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall do no more any such wickedness as this is among you. If thou shalt hear say in one of the cities, which the Lord thy God hath given thee to dwell there, saying, certain men, the children of Belial, sinners, right, are gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known, then shalt thou inquire, and behold, if it be truth, and the thing certain, that such an abomination is wrought among you, thou shalt surely smite the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, destroying it utterly, and all that is therein, and the cattle thereof with the edge of the sword. And thou shalt gather all the spoil of it into the midst of the street thereof, and shalt burn with fire the city, and all the spoil thereof, every whit, for the Lord thy God. And it shall be a heap forever, it shall not be built again. And there shall cleave naught of the cursed thing to thine hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show thee mercy, and have compassion upon thee, and multiply thee, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers. When thou shalt hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep all his commandments, which I command thee this day, to do that which is right in the eyes of the Lord thy God. 14. You are the children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness between your eyes for the dead. For thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God, and the Lord hath chosen thee to be a peculiar people unto himself above all nations that are upon the earth. Thou shalt not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which you shall eat: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart, the roebuck, the fallow deer, the wild goat, and the pygarg, and the wild ox, and the camois, and every beast that parteth the hoof, and cleaveth the left and cleaveth the cleft into two claws, and cheweth the cud among the beasts that you shall eat. Nevertheless, you shall not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the cloven hoof, as the camel, the hare, and the coney, for they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. Therefore they are unclean unto you. And the swine, because it divideth the hoof, yet cheweth not the cud, it is unclean unto you. You shall not eat of the flesh, nor touch their dead carcass. Remember, we're not under that law. Bacon, chef's kiss. These you shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales shall you eat. And whatsoever hath not fins and scales you may not eat. It is unclean for you. Of all clean birds you shall eat. But these are they which you shall not eat: the eagle, and the osprey, and the osprey, and the glede, and the kite, and the vulture after his kind, and every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, the little owl, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gyre eagle, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. And every creeping thing that flieth is unclean to you. They shall not be eaten, but of all clean fowls you may eat. You shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that he may eat of it. Or thou mayst sellest it unto an alien, for thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. No boiling a kid in his mother's milk. Thou shalt truly tithe all the increase of thy seed, that the field bringeth forth year by year. And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose to place his name there, the tithe of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thy oil, and the firstlings of thy herds and of the flocks, that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God always. And if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to and if the way be too long for thee, so that thou art not able to carry it, or if the place be too far from thee, which the Lord thy God shall choose to set his name there, when the Lord thy God has blessed thee, then shalt thou turn it into money, and bind up the money in thine hand, and shalt go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and thou shalt bestow that money for whatsoever thy soul lusteth after, for oxen, for sheep, for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul desireth, and thou shalt eat there before the Lord thy God, and thou shalt rejoice, thou and thine household, and the Levite that is within thy gates. Thou shalt not forsake him, for he hath no part or inheritance with thee. At the end of 3 years thou shalt bring forth all the tithe of thine increase the same year, and shall lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite, because he hath no part nor inheritance with thee, and the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow, which are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, and the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thy hands which thou doest. Deuteronomy 15. At the end of every 7 years thou shalt make a release, and this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that lendeth out, every creditor that lendeth aught unto his neighbor shall release it. He shall not exact of his neighbor or of his brother, because it is called the Lord's release. Of a foreigner thou mayest exact it again, but that which is thine, that is that which is thine with thy brother, thine hand shall release. So you can still hit the foreigner and be like, okay, well, you still owe me money, but anybody close to you, let it go. This is a lot. How you feeling? This is what it is. Of a foreigner thou mayest exact it again, but that which is thine with thy brother, thine hand shall release. Save when there shall be no poor among you, for the Lord shall greatly bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it. Only if thou carefully hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all these commandments which I command thee this day. All. For the Lord thy God blesseth thee, as he promised thee, and thou shalt lend unto many nations, but thou shalt not borrow, and thou shalt reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over thee. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from thy poor brother. But thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need in that which he wanteth. Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him naught, and he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be a sin unto thee. Thou shalt surely give him. I mean, look what he's warning you. He's warning you, don't sin. Don't let anything be sin. Thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest to him, because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all that thou puttest thine hand unto. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thine hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor and to thy needy in thy land. And if thy brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, be sold unto thee, and serve thee 6 years, then in the 7th year thou shalt let go free from thee. Thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty. Thou shalt furnish him liberally out of thy flock, and out of thy floor, and out of thy winepress, of that wherewith the Lord God hath blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today. And it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go away from thee, because he loveth thee and thine house, because he is well with thee, then thou shalt take an awl and thrust it through his ear unto the door, and he shall be thy servant forever. And also unto thy maidservant thou shalt do likewise. So if after 7 years they decided they were happy just serving whoever they're serving, they just put their ear up against the wall and bow, driving all through it. It shall not seem hard unto thee when thou sendest him away free from thee, for he have been worth a double hired servant to thee in serving thee 6 years, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all that thou doest. All the firstling males that come of thy herd and of thy flock, thou shalt sanctify unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work with the firstling of thy bullock, nor shear the firstling of thy sheep. Thou shalt eat it before the Lord thy God year by year in the place which the Lord shall choose, thou and thy household. And if there be any blemish therein, as if it be lame or blind or have any ill blemish, thou shalt not sacrifice it unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt eat it within thy gates. The unclean and the clean person shall eat it alike, as a roebuck and as the hart. Only thou shalt not eat the blood thereof. Thou shalt pour it out upon the ground as water. 16. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover unto the Lord thy God. For in the month of Abib the Lord thy God brought thee forth out of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto the Lord thy God of the flock and of the herd in the place which the Lord shall choose to place his name there. Thou shalt eat no leavened bread with it. 7 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread therewith, even the bread of affliction. For thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt in haste, that thou mayest remember the day when thou camest forth out of the land of Egypt all the days of thy life. And there shall be no leavened bread seen with thee in all thy coast 7 days. Neither shall there anything of the flesh, which thou sanctifiest the first day at even, remain all night until the morning. Nothing remains. Thou mayest not sacrifice the Passover within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee. But at the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to place his name in, there thou shalt sacrifice the Passover, even at the going down of the sun, at the season that thou camest forth out of Egypt. And thou shalt roast and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt turn in the morning and go unto thy tents. 6 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and on the seventh day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt do no work therein. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such times as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto the Lord thy God with a tribute of a free will offering of thine hand, which thou shalt give unto the Lord thy God, according as the Lord thy God hath blessed thee. And thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and thy maidservant and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are among you, in the place which the Lord thy God hath chosen to place his name there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and thou shalt observe and do these statutes. If you're going to say you got to keep any laws, then you have to keep the whole law. Then you have to do all this, all of it. If you fail at just one, you're of the devil. Thou shalt observe the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days, after thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. And thou shalt rejoice in thy feast, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite and the stranger and the fatherless, and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou keep a solemn feast unto the Lord thy God, in the place which the Lord shall choose, because the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thine increase, and in all thy works of thine hands. Therefore thou shalt surely rejoice. And I would also like to point out, nowhere in here do you see fucking heathen day 1, 2, 3, or 4. Right? Nowhere in here do you see a Christmas. Nowhere in here do you see an Easter. Nowhere in here do you see Halloween. You do not see that heathen shit in here. It's heathen shit. It's garbage. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, and in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee. If you're going to go by the law, this is the law. This is what you're supposed to do, right? If you're going to go by the law. If you're going to be a real believer and keep the law perfectly and just accept that Jesus did it for you because you can't, then you're not under any law. Then there is no fucking holidays. Learn not the way of the heathen. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee. Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee throughout all thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. Thou shalt not wrestle judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. Don't accept shit from anybody. I've learned that lesson, right? I never accept shit from sinners. Hell no. I don't even like taking things from believers at all. Because it's just, it just is what it is. But between believers is one thing. Sinners, fuck no. Even as a believer, still, no. I don't want shit from you. Thou shalt not wrestle judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons. Period. When you're going channel to channel, and that's not saying and this is in the law of faith too, right? James chapter 2, verse 1. Let's go to it. Romans chapter 2, verse 11. God is no respecter of persons, right? James chapter 2, verse 1. He tells you, you cannot have the faith of Jesus and have respect of people. My brethren, have not the faith of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Lord of glory, with respect of persons. So just because they've got a 3-piece suit and a collar or whatever the fuck, or they drive a fucking Mercedes and they've got $1 million in the bank or whatever, no respect, man. None. Because they'll lie to you. They'll take everything you have. Thou shalt not wrestle judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, For a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, and the just live by faith. That's everything. You got to keep everything. You got to line up with the whole book. It's so easy. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which the Lord thy God hath given thee. Thou shalt not plant thee a grove of any trees near unto the altar of the Lord thy God, which thou shalt make thee. Neither shalt thou set thee up any image which the Lord thy God hateth. Nothing. All these people walking around with fucking chunks of metal on their neck, thinking that somehow makes them a Christian. No. I'm not under law. I can wear a cross all I want, but God is still a jealous God. I know better. Fuck that. I'm not pissing him off. Deuteronomy 17. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Ooh. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep. Now, this is interesting, right? Let's just look at this first. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish. All the people that say they believe in Jesus, but they still serve sin, they're blemished. They're trying to say that, they believe, but they're blemished. They can't be his. He doesn't want that. He died to make you perfect. You either believe he made you perfect and then bring all you have to him, or you still believe you sin and you're just a blemished, evil favoredness moron trying to say you're a believer. It doesn't work. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto the Lord thy God any bullock or sheep wherein is blemish, or any evil favoredness, for that is an abomination unto the Lord thy God. If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God, in transgressing the covenant. Here it is. Here it is. If there be found among you within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God giveth thee, man or woman, that hath wrought wickedness in the sight of the Lord thy God, in transgressing his covenant. It doesn't say whether it's a small transgression or a big transgression, just says that they transgressed it. And hath gone and served other gods. Why? Because if you transgress the covenant, he that committeth sin is of the devil. And hath gone and served other gods, and worshipped them, either the sun or moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded. And it be told thee, and thou hast heard of it, and inquired diligently, and behold, and it be true, and a thing certain, that such abomination is wrought in Israel, then shalt thou bring forth that man or that woman which have committed that wicked thing unto thy gates, even that man and that woman, or that woman, and shalt stone them with stones till they die. Oof. That's the outcome for sinners at the end. Second death, hell, death. At the mouth of two witnesses or three witnesses shall he that is worthy of death be put to death. But at the mouth of one witness he shall not be put to death. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So thou shalt put the evil away from among you. If there arise a matter too hard for thee in judgment, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within thy gates, then shalt thou arise, and get thee up into the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, and thou shalt come unto the priests, the Levites, and unto the judge that shall be in those days, and inquire, and they shall show thee the sentence of judgment. And thou shalt do according to the sentence which they of that place, which the Lord shall choose, shall show thee. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they hiccups. And thou shalt observe to do according to all that they inform thee, according to the sentence of the law which they shall teach thee, and according to the judgment which they shall tell thee, thou shalt do. Thou shalt not decline from the sentence which they shall show thee to the right hand nor to the left. And the man that will do presumptuously and will not hearken unto the priest that standeth to minister there before the Lord thy God, or unto the judge, even that man shall die, and thou shalt put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear and fear, and do no more presumptuously. When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shalt dwell therein, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are round about me, thou shalt in any wise set king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. Hang on, I want to redo this. When thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt possess it, and shall dwell therein, and shall say, I will set a king over me, like as all the nations that are about me, thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy God shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set a king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to end that he should multiply to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord hath said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way. Man, all the politicians that are going to be measured by this, oh, they're fucked. Oh, that is no bueno. And everybody that sins is going to be measured by the law, just so you guys know, right? He came to fulfill the law for the people that'll believe he fulfilled the law. That's who he came to fulfill the law for. But the people that still think they sin, they're going to be judged by that law. Everybody that still has that knowledge of good and evil is going to be judged by the law, and they're going to lose. And this is it's one of them. But he shall not multiply horses to himself. Oof, the king, right? He shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord hath said unto you, you shall henceforth return no more that way. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of this law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes to do them, that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. The priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part nor inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord made by fire and his inheritance. Therefore shall they have no inheritance among their brethren. The Lord is their inheritance, as he hath said unto them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from them that offer sacrifice, whether it be ox or sheep. And they shall give unto the priest the shoulder, and the two cheeks, and the maw. The first fruit also of thy corn, of thy wine, and of thine oil, and the first of the fleece of thy sheep shalt thou give him. For the Lord thy God hath chosen him out of all thy tribes to stand to minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite come from any of thy gates out of all Israel, where he sojourned, and come with all the desire of his mind unto the place which the Lord shall choose, then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren the Levites do, which stand there before the Lord. They shall have like portions to eat, beside that which cometh of the sale of his patrimony. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. Right there. Boom. Learn not the way of the heathens. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that maketh his son or his daughters to pass through the fire, or that uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch. An observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord. And because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth drive them out from before thee. Thou shalt, what's it say? What's that say? Don't tell me the Bible's changed and that it's different now than it was back then. It's the same as it was back then. thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearkened unto observers of times and unto diviners. But as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee so to do. Thou shalt be perfect. If you're not perfect, you're done. If you think you sin, then you obviously don't think you're perfect. You're done. If you don't line up with the book, you're done. That's it. That's it. I'm going to put this up here. I'm more than close. I line up with the whole book. I don't know who you are. You're nobody to tell me what I am and I'm not. We'll measure you by scripture when I have time. Because that's what that is. The book is who I line up with. Not missing anything. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. That's what it is. And I don't know you, so we're not doing that right now. For these nations which thou shalt possess hearkened unto observers of times and unto diviners, but as for thee, the Lord thy God hath not suffered thee so to do. The Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him you shall hearken. See that capital P. According to all that thou desirest to the Lord thy God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. Gnarly. This book is gnarly. Yeah, that is in scripture. Absolutely. Jesus talked about it all the time. He said, remember, if your right hand causes you to offend, cut it off, because it's better for you to enter into life maimed than it is to go in whole to eternal fire. If you look at Isaiah chapter 5, verse 14, he says, hell hath enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure. Isaiah chapter 5, 14. It's quite a few of them that mention it. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And see, that's where it is. That's not a figure of speech. You're an idiot. You're denying the words. You don't line up. Exactly. That's exactly. Look at. See how that works? See how that works, Tim? See it? Fucking liars, man. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. And you know what? That really did just piss me off. How are you going to sit there and say the Bible's a figure of speech? His words are fucking pure words, tried in the furnace purified in the furnace 7 times. You do not ever come in here and tell me that scripture is a figure of speech. You go fuck yourself. You're not shit. You just denied the book. You're not shit. Don't change anything at all. Isaiah 5:14. Therefore, hell hath enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure. And their pomp and their glory. Right here. Look. You're a liar. That's what you are. You just said the Bible's lying. You said it's a figure of speech. It's not a figure of speech. It's reality, dude. Isaiah 5:14. Therefore, hell hath enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp, and he that rejoiceth shall descend into it. It's not a figure of speech. That's a fact. Well, it clearly says it's without measure there, dude. And that's not a figure of speech. That's scripture. You're saying that there's something perverse in his words. You're saying that he doesn't mean what he says. It means exactly what it says. There's no figure of speech. You're a fraud. I'm literally the one that preaches he reconciled all things. You have to believe it. You're a fraud. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command him. That's what just happened right here. That's fucking cool shit. And it shall come to pass that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. You won't listen that there is a hell? Guess where you're going? But the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which is what you're doing, that's literally what you just did. That is what you just did. It's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. That's not a parable. That's Isaiah telling you point blank that hell has opened her mouth without measure. That's not a figure of speech. That's a fact. And you're presuming to speak words in his name. You're a fraud. I go by the book. The book says, but the prophet which shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or that shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the word which the Lord hath not spoken? When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken. But the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him. Do not be afraid of people like that. This guy's a fraud. You'll show him 100 verses and he'll look at you and tell you they're all lying. He's a fucking idiot. You're done, dude. You're done. Time him out, please. Adios. You're a liar. There you go, Tim Tim. See, all you got to do is scratch below the surface a little bit. They don't line up. No shit. I can't sin. I can't sin. I'm saved. What are you talking about? now look at all the insults and the nastiness. Look at that's when the rotten comes out. Deuteronomy 19. When the Lord thy God hath cut off the nations, whose land the Lord thy God giveth thee, and thou succeedest them, and dwellest in their cities, and in their houses, thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee in the midst of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it. Thou shalt prepare thee a way, and divide the coasts of thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee to inherit, into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso killeth his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past, as when a man goeth into the wood with his neighbor to hoe wood, and his hand fetcheth a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slippeth from the helve, and lighteth upon his neighbor, that he die, he shall flee unto one of those cities and live. So he's giving you an example of what an accidental murder is. Like if you're chopping wood and the head flies off the axe and hits the other guy in the head, then you get to go live in one of those cities. Sneeze. Lest the avenger of the blood pursue the slayer while his heart is hot, and overtake him because the way is long, and slay him, whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in the time past. Wherefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt separate 3 cities for thee. And if the Lord thy God enlarge thy coast, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, and give thee all the land which he promised to give unto thy fathers, if thou shalt keep all these commandments to do them, which I command thee this day, to love the Lord thy God, and to walk ever in his ways, then shalt thou add 3 cities more for thee beside these 3. The innocent blood be not shed, that innocent blood be not shed in thy land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and so blood be upon thee. He gave him the cities because if the person accidentally kills somebody, then he's still innocent, but the guy he killed, that family might want revenge. So there's cities for the guy who killed him to go live in so that he doesn't get killed and other people aren't out fucking murdering everybody. But if any man hate his neighbor and lie in wait for him and rise up against him and smite him mortally that he die and fleeth into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood that he may die. Thine eye shall not pity him, but thou shalt put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with thee. Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in thine inheritance, which thou shalt inherit in the land that the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, in any sin that he sinneth. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, in any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of two or three witnesses, at the mouth of two witnesses, or at the mouth of three witnesses, shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men between whom the controversy is shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges which shall be in those days, and the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness be a false witness, and hath testified falsely against his brother, then shall you do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother. So shalt thou put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, and foot for foot. Now, all the sinners love to quote Matthew 5. They love to quote Matthew 5 and say, oh, you gotta try your best to fucking do that law. Jesus said so. Jesus never said that. Jesus said the opposite. All right, it's Matthew 5. I don't have the exact verse written down. I wish I did. I just wrote Matthew 5 because I know where it's at. But and then eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Now watch. I'm going to show you where Jesus himself told you, no. 1, Matthew 5:17, he said he's here to fulfill the law. So for everybody that really believes in him, the law is fulfilled. If you don't believe and you die a sinner, you go to hell. That's what it is. You have to believe. If you don't believe, it doesn't profit you anything. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 2. Now, right here, here's where Jesus tells you no to the law. He says, you have heard that it's been said, an eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. Tie that to Deuteronomy chapter 19, verse 21. And thine eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Here's how you know that Jesus did away with the law, right here. You have heard that it's been said, an eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that you resist not evil. But whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. And whosoever shall compel thee to go with him a mile, go with him twain. Give to him that asketh thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away. I can't sin, dipshit. I can't sin. I don't know what you're trying to get at. Obviously, you still believe sin exists, or you wouldn't be trying to accuse me of it. I can't sin. And you can't either, but you don't seem to understand what that actually means. You don't line up, dude. You literally just tried. I'm not even getting into it. Deuteronomy 20. We'll read this and we'll take another break. When thou goest out to battle against thine enemies, and seest horses and chariots and people more than thou, be not afraid of them. For the Lord thy God is with thee, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt. And it shall be, when you are come near unto the battle, and the priest shall approach and speak unto people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Israel, you approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be you terrified because of them. For the Lord your God is he that goeth with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that hath built a new house, and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he that hath planted a vineyard, and hath not yet eaten of it? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. And what man is there that hath betrothed a wife, and hath not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people, and they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brother's heart faint as well as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. So he brought all these people out, and he started asking them questions, and whoever was left, that was who was going. When thou comest near unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make thee answer of peace, and open unto thee, then it shall be that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto thee, and they shall serve thee. And if it will make no peace with thee, but will make war against thee, then thou shalt besiege it. And when the Lord thy God hath delivered it into thine hands, thou shalt smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shalt thou take unto thyself, and thou shalt eat the spoil of thine enemies, which the Lord thy God hath given thee. Thus shalt thou do unto all the cities which are very far off from thee, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which the Lord thy God doth give thee for an inheritance. Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth, nothing. But thou shalt utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord hath commanded thee, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations which they have done unto their gods, so should you sin against the Lord your God. When thou shalt besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them, that for thou mayest eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down, for the tree of the field is man's life, to employ them in the siege. Only the trees which thou knowest that only the trees which knowest that they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down, and thou shalt build bulwarks against the city that maketh war with thee until it be subdued. We're almost through it. Only 14 more to go. Bam. And now this guy said, read First Timothy. I'll use my break to do that. Right here. First Timothy chapter 1. Oh, he said read First Timothy the whole. That's the whole thing. First Timothy is the same thing. The law is not made right here. For we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully, knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man. The law is not for the believers. Jesus fulfilled it. It doesn't exist for a believer, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ones who don't line up, for the ungodly, and for sinners. That's who's going to be measured by the law. And then they're going to fail. And when they fail, they're going to hell because they chose not to believe. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. Hell is a very real place. Jesus talked about it. He explained the rich man and Lazarus. The rich man looking up in torments, begging for a drop of water. This is the whole book. I have the whole book on here. If you want to see First Timothy, we have the whole book on here. It's in a playlist called New Testament Read-Alongs. Go read along. Okay, and since that guy apparently is not responding, I will just take my break. I'll be right back. Take a few minutes and stretch. Okay, and while we're here, let's look at this here. Right here. See this? But the fearful and unbelieving, fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable and the murderers and the whoremongers, all the laws, right? All the ones starts listing off all them laws. And the abominable and the murderers and the whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. Don't let idiots like that guy spin you from the truth. Don't do it. Don't do it. Always dig. Always dig. Never take them on a face value. Ever. The devil comes to steal, kill, and destroy. You need to be on guard at all times. At all times. All right. Deuteronomy 21. Ooh, I can't wait, man. It's coming. It's coming. You guys ready? Let's get her going. If one be found slain in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess, if one be found slain in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who hath slain him, then thy elders and thy judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about them that is slain. And it shall be that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city shall take a heifer, which hath not been wrought with, which hath not drawn in the yoke, and the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer unto a rough valley, which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near. For them the Lord thy God hath chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their word shall every controversy and every stroke be tried. And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. And they shall answer and say, our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, O Lord, unto thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto thy people of Israel's charge. And the blood shall be forgiven them. So shalt thou put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when thou shalt do that which is right in the sight of the Lord. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her that thou wouldest have her to thy wife. Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails. And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in thine house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that thou shalt go in unto her, and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife. And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will, but thou shalt not sell her at all for money, but thou shalt not make merchandise of her, because thou hast humbled her. See the law here, right? Oh, when thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, deliver them into thy hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman. Yep, captive. Okay. If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated. And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he hath, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he hath, for he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them. Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of the city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shalt thou put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. If a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of God, that thy land be not defiled, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. And this is where that comes in. Galatians. Let me see. Galatians chapter 3. At the end of it. Let's see. Oh, it does start at 10, doesn't it? Yep. Hang on. The law is not of faith, but the man that doeth them shall live in them. Christ has redeemed us for the curse of the law, being made a curse for us, for it is written, Cursed is everyone that hangeth on a tree. There it is. Galatians 3:13. The law is not of faith. We're not under the law. If you still think there's any kind of law, any kind of moral, any right and wrong, follow man's laws. Just follow man's laws. That's all you're supposed to go by. If you do that, you'll do all right. Follow man's laws. The law is not of faith. Right? The 603 ordinances, all the shit we're reading in Deuteronomy, that's a curse. That was for the stiff-necked people. That's for sinners. That's not for the just. The just live by faith. They're perfect because they believe Jesus made them perfect. That's it. And they believe Jesus made everybody perfect. But here it is. His body shall not remain. Galatians 3:13, right? What was that? Galatians 3:13. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. For it is written, curses everyone that hangs on a tree. Galatians 3:13 to Deuteronomy 21:23. His body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day, for he that is hanged is accursed of God, that thy land be not defiled, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. Deuteronomy 22. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother. And if thy brother be not near unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it, and thou shalt restore it to him again. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his raiment, and with all lost things of thy brothers which he hath lost, and thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. For all that do so are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. If you want to go by the law, there it is. There it is. If you're not going to trust that Jesus fulfilled it for you, and you're going to still call yourself a sinner, and you're dressing like the other sex, you're done. You got to trust him even in that. If a bird's nest chance to be before thee, if a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way of any tree or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young, but thou shalt in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days. When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thine house, if any man fall from thence. Thou shalt not sow vineyard with diverse seeds, lest thus the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown, and the fruit of the vineyard be defiled. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together. If you're going to go by the law, you can't even mix cotton and polyester. You better check your clothes. You want to go by the law and you're wearing diverse linens, cottons and wool and different things, then you're a sinner if you want to go by the law. Just having a fucking t-shirt. Oh bueno. Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. And if any man take a wife, and go in unto her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid, then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hateth her. And lo, he hath given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city, and the elders of the city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall amends him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. Be stuck with her. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she hath wrought folly in Israel to play the whore in her father's house. So shall thou put evil away from among you. And now, so you guys are aware, the tokens of virginity, the rules were back then when you married, when you got married, when you married your virgin, you went into their parents' tent, you went into her parents' tent, and you know, on her parents' bed. The token of virginity was the sheet stained red. That was the proof that she was a virgin. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, if a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die. Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Israel. Now here's this law, right? If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, so she's already married and she's fucking another dude, then they shall both of them die. Let's take a look. Let's take a little sidestep. We're a lot further ahead on time than I thought we would be. Genesis may have been a better one to do the marathon in, but it's coming. So it's all right here. John chapter 8. Jesus went up to the Mount of Olives. If you think Jesus preached law, you're about to find out he did not. Jesus went unto the Mount of Olives, and early in the morning he came again into the temple, and all the people came unto him, and he sat down and taught them. And the scribes and the Pharisees brought unto him a woman taken in adultery. And when they had set her in the midst, they say unto him, Master, this woman was taken in adultery, in the very act. In the act. Now Moses in the law commanded us that such should be stoned. But what sayest thou? Right there. John chapter 8, verse 5 to Deuteronomy 22:22. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, this was the woman. She got caught in the very act. This they said, tempting him that they might have to accuse him, because they knew that he would say they knew that he would say she was perfect. And she got caught in the very act, and they knew that they were trying to trap him because he preached perfection. This they said, tempting him that they might have to accuse him. But Jesus stooped down with his finger and wrote on the ground as though he heard them not. Didn't even listen to him. So when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto them, He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. And again he stooped down and wrote on the ground. He didn't accuse them. He didn't say, but all you guys sin. He didn't accuse them. He just said, which one of you is without sin? Let him cast the first stone. And they which heard it, being convicted by their own conscience, they all condemned themselves. Jesus didn't condemn them. Jesus didn't condemn her. Jesus just asked, do you sin? And they were all convicted by their own conscience. went out one by one, beginning at the eldest, even unto the last, and Jesus was left alone, and the woman standing in the midst. When Jesus had lifted up himself and saw none but the woman, he said unto the woman, Woman, where are those thine accusers? Hath no man condemned thee? She said, No man, Lord. And Jesus said unto her, Neither do I condemn thee. Go and sin no more. No more sin. Sin is dead. Jesus fulfilled the law for you. Right here. And he did not charge her according to the law. He knew he was here to fulfill it. He basically just showed her how this works. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die. Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Israel. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a husband, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then you shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and you shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel because she cried not, being in the city, and the man because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is the damsel no sin worthy of death. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt. Deuteronomy 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off. Oh, man. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off. It's talking about your fucking balls and your tool there, boys. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when you came forth out of Egypt. And because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee, the talking donkey. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam, because the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not speak in their peace, nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity all thy days forever. Thou shalt not abhor the Edomite. Ooh. I wonder if Sakari knew about this verse. I wonder. All the shit they talk. As many people as they call Edomites. Oh. Deuteronomy 23, verse 7. Sorry, I'm marking this. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their 3rd generation. Interesting. When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, Oh. How long did it go out for this time? Yeah. It's Xfinity. It does this in the morning too at like same time every day. It's like 8:35 in the morning. It'll shut me down whatever I'm doing. It is aggravating. It very much so is aggravating. I think maybe I'll send the clip of it to them and get my fucking money back for the month. All right, so we left off at 23.5. Okay. Well, let's just do fucking 23. Whatever. Everything's good. Everything's good. Everything's good. Okay. He that is wounded in the stones or hath his privy member cut off shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. An Amorite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever, because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee. Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Lord thy God loved thee. Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity all thy days forever. We're looking at 23 verse 6. Okay, I don't have it. But you guys remember when fucking Balak kept trying to get fucking Balaam to curse Israel and he wouldn't do it. And he's like, I can't. Like, the words are the words. That's what it is. And they kept making the altars over and over and over, one over there, one over there, one over there. And he's like, come on, curse him. And he just couldn't do it. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. Oh, I didn't even get to go through this with you guys. Okay, cool. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite. You're not supposed to hate the Edomites. I wonder if anybody's told Sakari about this particular verse right here. Thou shalt not abhor the Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their third generation. When the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chances him by night, nocturnally mission, a wet dream. And I'm really serious with people when I tell them that the Bible literally covers everything, every aspect of life. And it's more relevant today than it ever has been. But every aspect of life, if you're going to go by the law, then you got to do this. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chances him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee, and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee, and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. So if your neighbor's slave escapes and comes to your house, you don't bring him back. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of thy gates, where it liketh him best. Thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow, for even both of these are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to do, all that thou settest thine hand to in the land whither thou goest to possess it. When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it, for the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it would be sin in thee. If you promise God something, if you want to go by the law and you fucking make a promise, or you put his name in it, right? If you're under the law, if you're somebody who still thinks you sin and you're trying to keep that law, and you make a promise to God and you say, God, I promise I'm not going to do this again, and you fuck that up, guess what it is? What is that? Real believers can't sin. Real believers also know that Jesus said, don't go by that. Don't do that law. Don't go by that. He said, again, you have heard of it hath been said by them of old time, Matthew 5:33, thou shalt not forswear thyself, but shalt perform unto the Lord thine oaths. But I say unto you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. Neither shalt thou swear by thy head, because thou canst not make one hair white or black. But let your communication be yea, yea, nay, nay. For whatsoever is more than these cometh from evil. But right here, this was the law. Jesus said, don't go by that. Just don't swear at all. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. So don't vow. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform, even a freewill offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth. When thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes of thy fill at thine own pleasure, but thou shalt not put any in thy vessel. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ears with thine hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn. I'm sorry about the internet issue. I don't know if you guys caught it or not, but every day, like 8:30 and 8:35 in the morning, it cuts out. It does the same thing at night. It's usually at the same exact. It's fucking Xfinity. I should take the clip and send it to them and get my money back. Really shouldn't. Deuteronomy 24. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it to her hand, or give it in her hand and send her out of his house. Now check this out. If you think Jesus was preaching law in Matthew 5, let me see. He wasn't. He was telling you not to go by the law, but to trust him. Where is it? Where was it? Uh, he shits all over them because of the There it is. It hath been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. Matthew 5:31, Deuteronomy 24, verse 1. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house. Right here. Jesus wasn't preaching law. This is what he said. It hath been said, whoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. But I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causes her to commit adultery, and whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery. If you're going to go by the law, the standard is so high you can't get it. You'll never get it, and all you'll do is fail. Don't vow. Don't make promises you can't. No. It says what it is. When a man hath taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement and give it in her hand and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her and write her a bill of divorcement and giveth it in her hand and sendeth her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife, after that she is defiled. For that is an abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. When a man hath taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife which he hath taken. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge. Shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him, or selleth him, then that thief shall die, and you shall put evil away from among you. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently, and do according to all that the priests and Levites shall teach you, as I commanded them. Remember in Leviticus, we went through all this about washing the house, and washing the walls, and washing the clothes. So you shall observe and do. Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam by the way, after that you were cometh forth out of Egypt. When thou dost lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee. And if the man be poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee, and it shall be righteousness unto thee before the Lord thy God. That's like them saying, you want to borrow, 10 shekels for me? Let me get your coat and your ring, and I'll hang on to that until you pay it back. If the guy is poor, you just give him back his shit and give him the 10 shekels and let him be. Thou shalt not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren or of thy strangers that are in thy land within thy gates. At his day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor and setteth his heart upon it, lest he cry against thee unto the Lord, and it be a sin unto thee. So if you hire somebody, you pay them that day. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for what? Sin, for his own sin. Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge. But thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in Egypt, and the Lord thy God redeemed thee thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and hast forgot a sheaf in the field, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thine hands. When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. Farmers that still sin are going to be measured by this. They're supposed to leave shit for the poor, for the people that are hungry that have nothing. Law covers everything. Hang on one second. Okay. Deuteronomy 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, and they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. I want to make sure I'm reading this right. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault, by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed, lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile unto thee. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn. It's a good one. 1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 9. He mentions this. First Corinthians chapter 9, verse 9. Right down here. Say I these things as a man, or saith not the law the same also? Oh, well, here, we'll just do this. Mine answer to them that do examine me is this. I love this. I'm going to do this. It's good. Same shit. It's the same thing. Mine answer to them that do examine me is this. Have we not power to eat and to drink? Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles, and as brethren of the Lord and Cephas? Or I only and Barnabas? Have not we power to forbear working? Who goeth a warfare at any time at his own charges? Who planteth a vineyard and eateth not of the fruit thereof? Or who feedeth the flock and eateth not of the milk of the flock? Say I these things as a man, or saith not the law the same also? For it is written in the law of Moses, Thou shalt not muzzle the mouth of the ox that treadeth out the corn. Doth God take care for oxen? Or saith he altogether it for our sakes? For our sakes, no doubt. This is written, that he that ploweth should plow in hope, and he that thresheth in hope shall be partaker of his hope. If we have sown unto you, spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap of your carnal things? If others be partaker of this matter over you, others be partaker of this power over you, are we not rather? Nevertheless, we have not used this power, but suffer all things, lest we should hinder the gospel of Christ. I love it. Absolutely love it. Because that's how you figure out who you can really rely on, you know? 1 Corinthians 9, chapter 9, verse 9. Deuteronomy 25:4. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn. And he's not saying keep the law here. He's just saying it's also written in the law that the ones who sow to you in spiritual things should be able to reap of your carnal things. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, My husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. The elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house, and his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoes loosed. when men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eye shall not pity her. If she goes and grabs another dude by the junk to save her husband, she loses her hand for it. Thou shalt not have in thy bag diverse weights, a great and a small. Thou shalt not have in thine house diverse measures, a great and a small. But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight, a perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. For all that do such things and all that do unrighteously are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. I mean, it doesn't get any clearer there, right? It doesn't get any clearer. All that do unrighteously are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. If they still sin, they're still unrighteous. They're an abomination to God. Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way when you were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it. So once they were done and they got their land, they were supposed to go back and end Amalek. Deuteronomy 26. And it shall be, when thou art come unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance, and possess it, and dwellest therein, that thou shalt take of the first of all thy fruit of the earth, which thou shalt bring of thy land that the Lord thy God giveth thee, and shalt put it in a basket, and shalt go unto the place which the Lord thy God shall choose to place his name there. And thou shalt go unto the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto the Lord thy God that I am come unto the country which the Lord sware unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of thine hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord thy God. And thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and become there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. Thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, a Syrian ready to perish was my father. And he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. Syrian. And the Egyptians evil entreated us, and afflicted us, and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto the Lord God our fathers, the Lord heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and our labor, and our oppression. And the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he hath brought us into this place, and hath given us this land, even a land that floweth with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land, which thou, O Lord, hast given me. And thou shalt set it before the Lord thy God, and worship before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt rejoice in every good thing which the Lord thy God hath given unto thee, and unto thine house, thou and the Levite, and the stranger that is among you. When thou hast made an end of tithing all the tithes of thine increase, the third year, which is the year of tithing, and hast given it unto the Levite, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within thy gates and be filled, then thou shalt say before the Lord thy God, I have brought away the hallowed things out of mine house, and also have given them unto the Levite, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all thy commandments which thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead. But I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done according to all that thou hast commanded me. Look down from thy holy habitation from heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given us, as thou swarest unto our fathers, a land that floweth with milk and honey. This day, this day the Lord thy God hath commanded thee to do these statutes and judgments. Thou shalt therefore keep and do them with all thine heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast avouched the Lord this day to be thy God, and to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And the Lord hath avouched thee this day to be his peculiar people, as he hath promised thee, and that thou shouldest keep all his commandments. All. And to make thee high above all nations which he hath made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that thou mayest be a holy people unto the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken. Now, if I ask anybody that's been paying attention, did they keep all the commandments? No. Are they that peculiar people? No. Only the 144,000. Deuteronomy 27. Oh, shit. You know what, though? I did tie. We're going to go back real quick to 26, verse 18. 26, verse 18, right here. And the Lord hath avouched thee this day to be his peculiar people, as he hath promised thee, that thou shouldest keepest all his commandments. Tie that to 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. Four hours in, yo. Whew. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 9. But you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that you should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light, which in time past were not a people, but now are the people of God, which had not obtained mercy, but now have obtained mercy. It's done, it's paid for. He did it all. It's fucking beautiful, man. Deuteronomy 27. And Moses with the elders of Israel commanded the people, saying, keep all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day when you shall pass over Jordan unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, that thou shalt set thee up great stones and plaster them with plaster. And thou shalt write upon them all the words of this law when thou art passed over, that thou mayest go in unto the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, a land that floweth with milk and honey, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee. Therefore, it shall be when you be gone over Jordan, that you shall set up these stones which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And there shalt thou build an altar unto the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up any iron tool upon them. Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones, and thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord thy God. And thou shalt offer peace offerings, and shalt eat them there, and rejoice before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly. It just means what it says. And I like this. I want to show you guys something cool, something that I see in this, which is just neat. He said, and there shalt thou build an altar unto the Lord thy God, an altar of stones. Thou shalt not lift up any iron tool upon them. He didn't want them corrupted by men's hands. He didn't want them changed. He didn't want them tooled. He didn't want them to be worked. He wanted them just as natural as they are. You found the stone in the field, you pick it up, there's your altar. That's it. That's what he commanded them. And very specific, you shall not lift up any iron tool upon them. The same is for a believer. Nothing about you has to change. He wants you as you are. He made you perfect as you are. There's nothing that needs to change. Follow man's laws. That's what's beneficial for you. That's what they're there for. I follow them, and we win every time. I'm winning the thing that I'm going through now already. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful fucking thing. I like it because I didn't even have to do anything. I just fucking said a prayer. And then, boom, got some good news today. Just follow man's law. They can't judge you by what they make legal, you know? No tool, nothing to be worked upon. You're perfect the way you are. Thou shalt build the altar of the Lord thy God of whole stones, and thou shalt offer burnt offerings thereon unto the Lord your God. And thou shalt offer peace offerings, and shalt eat there, and rejoice before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law very plainly, just as it is. And Moses and the priests, the Levites, spake unto all Israel, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Israel. This day thou art become the people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt therefore obey the voice of the Lord thy God, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day. Obey. If they don't obey, then they sin. If they sin, they're of the devil. If they break the law, they're not keeping the law. Period. If you break one, you're guilty of breaking all. He doesn't care which law it was, you broke the fucking law. And Moses charged the people that same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when you are come over Jordan, Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar and Joseph and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Ebal to curse Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall speak and say unto all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh any graven or molten image, an abomination unto the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and putteth it in a secret place, and all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be the man that makes the graven image. You're walking around with that fucking shit around your neck, right? And I'm not going by law. I'm just saying that, God is a jealous God. Not under the law. I could wear a cross if I wanted to, but he is still a jealous God. He repeats it over and over and over. Cursed be he that setteth light by his father or his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverteth the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife, because he uncovereth his father's skirt, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with any manner of beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor secretly, and all the people shall say, Amen. Ooh. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them, and all the people shall say, Amen. All the words of this law is right here. The whole book. Now, the old law is separate from the new law. Both are contained in here. Both are contained, right? The old covenant, Moses, that's the 613 laws that we've read, right? We're almost all the way through Deuteronomy, right? That's the whole 613, 10 commandments, 603 ordinances. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them. That's the whole book. The whole book. The only thing we're not under is the 613 commandments and ordinances. Jesus fulfilled those for us. You still need to line up with the rest of the book. That's what a believer does. That's what a real believer does. Deuteronomy 28. Oh, and you know what? You know what works really good for this? Right here. This one. So you've got like, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them. Not confirming it just means you're ignoring it, right? So like if I show Jew Dave Exodus 32:33, right? Jew Dave still says he sins, openly says he sins willfully, right? And I'm not trying to pick on him, but I'm using him because he's the flesh Jew in the, sojourning among us. 32:33. And the Lord said unto Moses, whoever had sinned against me, him will I blot out of my book. Dave doesn't want to listen to that verse. He will not confirm that verse. He will not just openly admit that that verse is right and he's wrong. He will not confirm it. Therefore, he will be judged by it. Right there. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do them. Anybody that still breaks the law, that's what this is. They're cursed. The law is their curse. Oh, we're so close. Deuteronomy 28. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. I just want to read this again because this is so good. It just is so good. And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Lord thy God, it's the whole book, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I command thee this day, that the Lord thy God will set thee on high above all nations of the earth, and all these blessings shall come on thee and overtake thee, if thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God. Blessed shalt thou be in the city, and blessed shalt thou be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, and the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy basket and thy store. Blessed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and blessed shalt thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. True shit. They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways. The Lord shall command the blessings upon thee in thy storehouses, and in all that thou settest thine hand unto. And he shall bless thee in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. The Lord shall establish thee an holy people unto himself, as he had sworn unto thee, if thou shalt keep the commandments of the Lord thy God and walk in his ways. It's got to be perfect. You got to keep him perfect. You got to figure out how to do that. It's really easy. He did it for you. If you still think you sin, then you still think you break it because you don't believe he actually did it for you. And all the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of thee. Jesus says they'll hate you, they'll accuse you, they'll call you the devil, they'll fucking revile you and persecute you. They'll fucking make false police reports and false DCFS reports and false fucking court cases, false everything, and then at the end of the day, they'll lose. God, it's so fucking good, man. And all the people of the earth shall see that thou art called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of thee. And the Lord shall make thee plenteous in goods, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy ground, in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers to give thee. The Lord shall open unto thee his good treasure, the heavens, to give the rain unto thy land in his season, and to bless all the work of thine hand. And thou shalt lend unto many nations, and thou shalt not borrow. And the Lord shall make thee the head and not the tail. Look at that. Look at that. The Lord shall make thee the head and not the tail. And thou shalt be above only, and thou shalt not be beneath. If that thou hearken unto the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day to observe and to do them. And thou shalt not go aside from any of the words which I command thee this day to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. Oh, I don't have 1 John 3:8 up there anymore. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Ooh, so if you break it, cursed shalt thou be in the city, and cursed shalt thou be in the field. Cursed shall thy be thy basket and thy store. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy body, and the fruit of thy land, the increase of thy kind, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. The Lord shall send upon thee cursing, vexation, rebuke, in all that thou settest thine hand unto for to do, until thou be destroyed, and until thou perish quickly because of the wickedness of thy doings, whereby thou hast forsaken me. If you sin, you forsake God. The Lord shall make the pestilence cleave unto thee, until he have consumed thee from off the land whither thou goest to possess it. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew. I'm drying up, man. That's what she said. The Lord shall smite thee with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue thee until thou perish. And thy heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thy feet shall be iron. The Lord shall make the rain of thy land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon thee until thou be destroyed. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And thy carcass shall be meat unto all the fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. The Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt. That's what's coming for them. That's what's coming for fucking the people that are in Israel right now. They're so done. Oh, it's so bad. The Lord will smite thee with the botch of Egypt, and with the emerods, and with the scab, and with the itch, whereof thou canst not be healed. The Lord shall smite thee with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And thou shalt grope at noonday as the blind gropeth in darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save thee. Thou shalt betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. Thou shalt build a house, and thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof. Thine ox shall be slain before thine eyes, and thou shalt not eat thereof. Thine ass shall be violently taken away from before thy face, and shall not be restored to thee. Thy sheep shall be given unto thine enemies, and thou shalt have none to rescue them. Thy sons and thy daughters shall be given unto another people, and thine eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in thine hand. The fruit of thy land and all thy labors shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up, and thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always. That's what's coming for them. So that thou shalt be mad for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. Ooh, fuck yeah. Oh, cool. Romans 11. Let me see. There's a couple verses for this. This is what's coming for is what the people that are there now. I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid. But rather through their fall, right? That's the Israel you see now, as you know it, the fake Jews, right? They're done. We all know that. Everybody that sins is of the devil. Through their fall, though, salvation came unto the Gentiles, came unto it came to the Gentiles and made them the real Jews, right? That's what it is. Even fucking Abraham was like a Canaanite and an Amorite, or a Canaanite and a Hittite. Father was an Amorite, mother was a Hittite. Abraham and Sarah, right? So come unto the Gentiles to provoke them to jealousy. So that salvation, when it comes unto us, it's to provoke them to jealousy. And you see that he's telling you in Deuteronomy that that's what he's going to do, so that thou shalt be mad for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. The fruit of thy land and all thy labor shall a nation which thou knowest not eat up. The nation that they know not is the peculiar people. That is the 144,000. Holy fuck. He did. He warned them. He warned them in Deuteronomy. I told you guys Deuteronomy is good. It's just a lot of, you just got to read it. And thou shalt be only oppressed and crushed always, so that thou shalt be mad for the sight of thine eyes, which thou shalt see. He warned them. that he was going to provoke them to jealousy. That's exactly what he's doing. And once all this goes down, once it all goes down, you will see Matthew 23. You will see that even the flesh Jews that are left, if there is any left, he said there won't be a single one left when he's done. But he said, "For I say unto you, you shall not see me henceforth, till you shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord." The only way that's going to happen is if he does this to them. It's coming. The Lord shall smite thee in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of thy foot unto the top of thy head. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, which thou shalt set over thee, unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known. And there shalt thou serve other gods, wood and stone. And thou shalt become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations whither the Lord shall lead thee. Thou shalt carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. Thou shalt plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. Thou shalt have olive trees throughout all thy coast, but thou shalt not anoint thyself with the oil, for thine olive shall cast his fruit. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, but thou shalt not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. All thy trees and fruit of thy land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Moreover, and look at this is what this is right here. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high. Look at this. Oh, where'd it go? Hang on. Right here. Rather through their fall, salvation has come unto who? The Gentiles. This is what's happening right now. It's already started. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. Moreover, the elder shall serve the younger. It's a good one for that. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed, because thou hearkened not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which he commanded thee. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever, because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness, and with gladness of heart for abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed, which also shall not leave thee either corn, wine, or oil, or the increase of the kine, or flocks of the sheep, until he have destroyed thee. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates until thy high and fenced walls come down, wherein thou trustest, throughout all thy land. And he shall besiege thee in all thy gates throughout all thy land, which the Lord thy God hath given thee. And thou shalt eat of the fruit of thine own body, and the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God hath given thee, in the siege and in the straitness wherewith the enemy shall distress thee, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil towards his brother, and towards the wife of his bosom, and towards the remnant of his children, which he shall leave, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children, whom he shall eat, because he hath nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates. That's what's coming. Talks about this in Revelation, man. They're going to be eating their own kids. Oh, what happened? They're going to be eating their own kids. Bad. They're going back into Egypt, man. Ooh, it's so just patience. Patience, 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 patience. tender and delicate woman among you, hang on. All right. So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children, whom he shall eat, because he hath nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in all thy gates. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil towards the husband of her bosom, and towards her son, and towards her daughter, and towards her young one that cometh out from between her feet, and towards her children which she shall bear. For she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith thine enemy shall distress thee in thy gates. It's coming. If thou wilt not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy God, then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also, every sickness and every plague, which is not written in the book of this law, them will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. If you won't break, if you won't submit to Christ, if you won't submit to God, if you won't submit and admit that Jesus paid for it all, and that because you still sin, you're still a sinner, if you won't submit, if they won't, they're done. Can you guys see me okay? Brunette, can you still see me? I want to make sure it's not frozen. Okay. Oh, I about had a fucking heart attack. That happened to me the other night with Proverbs. I was fucking pissed. It was like 10 chapters. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. If thou will not observe, Jaded, no shit. You're here. Cool. Hey, man. Hope things are okay. If thou will not observe to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, the whole book, that thou mayest fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord thy God, then the Lord will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed, even great plagues, and of long continuance, and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt which thou wast afraid of, and they shall cleave unto thee. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the book of this law, them will the Lord bring upon thee until thou be destroyed. And you shall be left few in number, whereas you were as the stars of heaven for your multitude, because thou wouldest not obey the voice of the Lord thy God. If they want to keep sinning, that's it. I mean, that's what happens. And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught. And you shall be plucked from off the land where thou goest to possess it. That's what's coming. Listen, that's prophecy in Deuteronomy talking about the shit that's about to happen. Fucking gnarly. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all the people from one end of the earth even unto the other, and there shalt thou serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. And among these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But the Lord shall give thee there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, would God it were even. And at even thou shalt say, would God it were morning. For the fear of thine heart wherewith thou shalt suffer, and for the sight of thine eyes which thou shalt see. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. There it is. With ships, by the way whereof I spoke unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. That's what's coming for them. It's brutal. It's brutal. Deuteronomy 29. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called unto all Israel and said unto them, You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land, the great temptations which thine eyes have seen, the signs and those great miracles. Yet the Lord hath not given you a heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. He's telling you right there, they still don't know. They still don't understand it. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxen old upon you, and thy shoe is not waxen old upon thy foot. You have not eaten bread, neither have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you might know that I am the Lord your God. And when you came unto this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon and Og the king of Bashan came out against us unto battle, and we smote them, and we took their land, and gave it for an inheritance unto the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. Keep, not break. Keep. Keep. You stand this day, all of you, before the Lord your God, your captains of your tribes, your elders and your officers with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy strangers, thy stranger that is with thy camp, from the hoer of thy wood unto the drawer of thy water, that thou shouldest enter into the covenant with the Lord thy God, and into his oath, which the Lord thy God maketh with thee this day. This is the covenant that he's made with Moses and these flesh Jews. This is that covenant. This is not the covenant made with Abraham. This is the covenant made with Moses and the flesh Jews. That he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, that he may be unto thee a God, as he hath said unto thee, as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day. So look, so even when they want to think they're special, that they're the only ones who gave it to, that's horseshit too. He made it with everybody. The law is for everybody, and you either figure out how to do it perfectly or you don't. It's one or the other. It's gonna get really good. That's why I'm taking my sweet ass time here. Now, and I want you to remember, he's talking about the covenant and the oath, the fucking 613, the law. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, all the laws written in them. Can't mix clothes, can't wear women's clothes, a woman can't wear guys' clothes. You can't fucking, you can't, you can't rape a chick and she not be your wife. You can't, the 10 Commandments, all of it, all the laws that are written in there that Jesus fulfilled, right? That's the covenant that he's talking about. Well, pay attention. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For you know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which you passed by. And you have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe, whose heart turneth away this day from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood, and it come to pass, wherein he heareth the words of this curse. The covenant he made with Moses, right here, the covenant and the oath that he made with Moses, he calls it a what? A curse. God knew when he gave it to him they couldn't do it. They were stiff-necked people. Fuck it, we're going to give it to them. See, figure it out. And it came to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. And he's talking right up here, this walking away, lest there should be among you man, woman, or family, or tribe, whose heart turneth away this day from the Lord our God. Every time somebody sins, what are they doing? They're turning their heart away from God. They're choosing to call it sin. They're choosing to break that law. It's just fucking what it is. To go and to serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart. Those are the people that say they believe, they think they're saved, they think they're of God, they tell you they're of God, like the idiot we had in the chat earlier. They think they're of God, but in reality, they don't listen to the book. They're in the imagination of their own heart. Fucked. To add drunkenness to thirst, the Lord will not spare him. But then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of law. So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and a stranger that shall come from far. Oh, Deuteronomy 29:19, Galatians chapter 3, verse 10. For as many as are of the works of the law are under the curse. To Deuteronomy 29:19. And it come to pass when he heareth the words of this curse. Don't ever let anybody fool you. God knew it was a curse from the get-go. Don't ever let anybody fool you. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law. So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land, shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sickness which the Lord hath laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown, nor beareth, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zebim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger, in his wrath, even all nations shall say, wherefore hath the Lord done thus unto this land? That's what's coming for them. He's going to do them like he did Sodom and Gomorrah. Fucking bad. Even all nations shall say, wherefore hath this the Lord done thus unto this land? What meaneth the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord their God, their fathers, the Lord God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them, and gods whom they knew not, and whom they had not given unto them. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And the Lord rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret things belong unto the Lord our God. Oh, so beautiful. But those things which are revealed belong unto us, to the believers, and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Oh, I fucking love it. I really do. Oh, it's so good. This is why Deuteronomy 29 was why I did not break this up into separate videos, because it's just so good. I didn't want you to have to wait, and it's just the truth. Deuteronomy 30. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice, according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart and with all thy soul, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all nations, whether the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. That is the fucking gathering from 1 Corinthians chapter 15, 51, and 52. That is the gathering from 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse or First Thessalonians chapter 4, verse 16. That is the rapture. That is what he's talking about all the way back in Deuteronomy. So beautiful. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion on thee. But we got to fill the number. We got to hit the 144,000. There's got to be 144,000 converted believers that really believe. It's fucking insanity, man. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. If any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. Excuse me. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy father. Excuse me. Take Deuteronomy 30, verse 5, tie it to Proverbs chapter 2. Isn't that neat, though? Think about this, man. Who else is going to show you this shit? Like, isn't that cool? I just think that's the coolest fucking thing in the world. I could read this book all day. For the upright shall dwell in a land, and the perfect shall remain in it. But the wicked shall be cut off from the earth, and the transgressor shall be rooted out of it. Right there. For the upright shall dwell in a land, and the perfect shall remain in it. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into a land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And really, if you look at verse 4, if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. You can tie that to Matthew 24. Let me see. Do we really? I mean, I guess we could, because it does kind of cover it. Only for the elect's sake, and except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. It's only for us. That if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, there shall arise false Christ, false prophets, show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I told you before, right here. Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Let me see, I'm looking. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. This right here, verse 31, Matthew 24:31 to Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 4. If any of thine be driven out unto the outermost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. It's fucking beautiful. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good and multiply thee above thy fathers. And the Lord thy God will circumcise thine heart and the heart of thy seed, to love the Lord thy God with all thine heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. Oh, it's right there. Right there. You know what? And I catch a lot of shit. I'm sorry, we're only 4.5 hours in. Like I was expecting an 8-hour show, to be honest. I'm amazed. But I catch a lot of shit, right? And everybody knows I catch a lot of shit because I'm the dude that'll get up here and tell you I'm equal with God. Woo, 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 woo. But it's right there. I'm just as confused as everybody else is why nobody's nailed this. Nobody's hit it for I don't and I can't say nobody either. Elijah did that and God wasn't happy. He still took him. Obviously, Elijah was still a man of God, but Elijah was like, I'm the only one, and I know I'm not the only one, but it amazes me that 2,000 years, and I've found people that came close. I've found people that have come close, right? Dead people from like the 1500s. They wrote books about it, like being perfect, but even they're off. Like when you read what they were writing, even they were off. They missed the mark still. But they come close. They knew that if Christ died for sin, then sin has to be dead. Because if he became sin on the cross, then sin has to be dead because he died. And he got up, sin did not. So they understood that aspect of it. It just, I don't know. It definitely makes me need another cigarette. I don't even, oh, sorry, I didn't do the break at the end of 29, and I'm going to do it at the end of 30. But I just, you can see it. It's right fucking there, man. And the Lord thy God will circumcise thine heart and the heart of thy seed to love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, with all thy soul, and with all that thou mayest live. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecute thee. Look, we just talked about this too, about believers being hated and despised, shit on. He told you then. It was even in Deuteronomy. Like, come on, man. That's how you know it's all the same author, because it runs concurrent. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee. And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord. See, and that's what it is, man. It's that return. You have to return to him, right? Everybody's born in sin. You're born separated from God. You have to return to him. He fucking leveled the playing field. Jesus, it's always been the same playing field. Even when he gave them the curse, Moses figured it out. Fucking David knew it. Abraham knew how to be perfect. Job knew how to be perfect. And if you look at David in Psalms 101 verse 2, he says, I will walk before thee with a perfect heart. After he murdered somebody, he's still like perfect. You And thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord and do all his commandments which I command thee this day. And the Lord thy God will make thee plenteous in every work of thine hand, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy land for good. For the Lord will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy fathers. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in the book of the law, and if thou turn unto the Lord thy God with all thine heart and with all thy soul. For this commandment which I command thee this day is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. See, and I love that too, because we just talked about, like, come on, 2,000 years, and how is it? Yeah, nowadays I can understand, but I mean, fuck, dude, it's not that far. It's not that hard. It's really not that big of a book, and that too. People spend 6 years going to heathen building college to get a degree that they can wipe their ass with. It didn't do anything for them, right? I mean, yeah, you become a doctor or a lawyer, whatever, you make great money, but at the end of the day, what does that do? It does nothing. So what? Your bank account's okay. Oh, now you're comfortable for the rest of your life. Now it's even lesser of a chance that you're going to find the truth. They'll spend 6 years going to college for that, but they can't spend 6 hours reading a Bible. Do you know how fucked that is? They'll spend 12 years running a heathen building church, calling themselves a pastor, but they can't spend 12 hours one day just reading the New Testament front to back. Slow. It's not that far off. For this commandment which I command thee this day is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven that thou shouldest say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it unto us that we may hear it and do it? Neither is it beyond the sea that thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us that we may hear it and do it? But the word is very near unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. It's right here. It's right there. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Ooh. Ooh. There, Isaiah 45:7. Oh, wait. Okay. Isaiah 45, verse 7. I, the Lord, do all these things. Create darkness, create evil. He does them all. He did it all. He reconciled it all. There is no knowledge between good and evil. Right here. 45, verse 7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Look what he says right here. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other gods to serve them, 1 John 3:8. I denounce, I denounce unto you this day that you shall surely perish, and that you shall not prolong your days upon the land whither thou passest over Jordan to go possess it. He warned them then. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. Choose life. Choose good. Choose life. There is no evil. It's like getting arrested, right? They read you your rights. You have the right to remain silent. You have that right. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. He says the same thing right here. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you. Like you've got to line up with the book, or you're fucked. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live, that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him. For he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them. It wasn't about Moses. Never about Moses. That's why Moses didn't go into the land. It was about the believers. All right, take a break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. guys ready? Back to it. There's only 3 people watching this right now. Is any of it you guys? Is any one of you watching this? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't, okay, my kids say they're not. So there's only 3 people left watching this. That's how. I mean, that's just is what it is. It's an endurance run, man. Thank you, Brunette, for doing this with us, and Jaden for showing up. You don't talk much when you're here, but just know I did think about you the other day. I was thinking about you. I remember you popping on the screen and like your safety glasses at work and the lathe or whatever running behind you, CNC or whatever it was you're doing. I haven't forgot you at all. But thank you guys for doing this. This is what it's about, and then it's about doing this in your own time. It's not just me sitting here doing it with you. I do this in my own time too. This is what it's supposed to be. Deuteronomy 31, verse 1. And Moses went and spake these words unto all Israel. And he said unto them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no more go out and come in. Also the Lord hath said unto me, thou shalt not go over this Jordan. The Lord thy God, he will go over before thee. The Lord thy God, he will go over before thee, and he will destroy these nations from before thee, and thou shalt possess them. And Joshua, he shall go over before thee, as the Lord hath said. And the Lord shall do unto them as he did unto Sihon and to Og, kings of the Amorites, and unto the land of them whom he destroyed. And the Lord shall give them up before your face, that you may do unto them according unto all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong and of good courage, fear not, nor be afraid of them. For the Lord thy God, he it is that doth go with thee. He will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. And I remember in the beginning of the book, he starts going on. It's been, it's 40, it's the 40th year, the first day of a month, and they're getting ready to go in. And then he goes in and he retells the whole story, basically from Exodus till the end of Numbers. And then now we go back to, it's like a movie in your mind. It's so cool, man. And Moses called Joshua and said unto him in the sight of all Israel, be strong and of good courage, for thou must go with this people unto the land which the Lord hath sworn unto their fathers to give them, and thou shalt cause them to inherit it. And the Lord, he it is that doth go before thee. He will be with thee. He will not fail thee, neither forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law and delivered it unto the priests of the sons of Levi, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and unto all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, saying, at the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, in the feast of tabernacles, when all Israel is come to appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, thou shalt read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and the stranger that is within thy gates, that they may hear and that they may learn, and that they fear the Lord your God, and observe to do all the words of his law. You know what's really unique is if they really did do that, if somebody really did for them what I'm doing for you guys right now, they might have realized they need Jesus. you can't you can't have it without him. And that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live in the land whither you go over Jordan to possess it. And the Lord said unto Moses, behold, thy days approach that thou must die. Call Joshua, present yourselves in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord appeared in the tabernacle in the pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And the Lord said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go a whoring. Oh, fuck, there it is. Boom. So he gave it to the ones that had no knowledge of good and evil, but he even knew that they were going to go a whoring. And the Lord said unto Moses, behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go a whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant, which I have made with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. And many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, are not these evils come upon us, because our God is not among us? That's why he did it all. That's why all of it. That's why everything has happened to the flesh Jews. That's why fucking Hitler happened. That's why all the shit is so that they would wake up and say it's because they sinned. But they never do. Nobody ever thinks about that. And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned unto other gods. This is God himself out of the cloud telling Moses that these people weren't going to be it. That they were going to forget about it all. They were going to break the covenant. Even in Deuteronomy, God's disowning these motherfuckers. He gave them the land to solidify his name. That was it. So that he could give it to the 144,000, the real ones, the ones who really do believe. Fucking exciting. Oh, I can't even. Yeah, I wish I could explain the feeling that runs through my body every time that you come to that. Like, holy shit, just in awe at how simple it really is. I can't even. Oh man, I just have to read it again. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go a whoring after the gods of strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant. Oh, you're good, dude. Oh man, I appreciate you guys more than anything. There was three, now there's only two. I don't know who the third one was. I know I don't know how long you've been here, Jaden. I don't know how long you've been here for, Jaden, but I know Brunette's been doing this the whole way through, and that to me, like endurance, dude. That's where it's at. Endurance. It's fucking. This book is awesome. How can people not want to do this? I just don't. Like, why do they not do this on any other channel? Why is there not another dude that will sit down and go through all the verses, especially the hard ones? Why? Just baffles me. And the Lord said unto Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people will rise up and go whoring after the gods of the strangers of the land, whether they go to be among them, and will forsake me, and break my covenant which I have made with them. They sin. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. And many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, Are not these evils come upon us, because our God is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day for all the evils which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned unto other gods. They serve sin. Now therefore, write ye this song for you, and teach it the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. Oof. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swear unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn unto other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swear. Moses therefore wrote this song the same day and taught it the children of Israel. They call this a song. When I brought them into the land which I swear unto their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat. Then will they turn unto other gods and serve them and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination which they go about, even now before I've brought them into the land which I swear. Sorry, I just had to. Moses therefore wrote this song the same day and taught it the children of Israel. And you can bet your ass if I'm singing it like that, that's how he sees it. He knew. He just knew. And he gave Joshua the son of Nun a charge and said, Be strong and of good courage, For thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land which I swear unto them, and I will be with thee. And it came to pass when Moses had made the end of writing the words of this law in a book, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, until they were finished, that Moses commanded the Levites, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, take this book of the law and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be there for a witness against thee. For I know thy rebellion and thy stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, you have been rebellious against the Lord. And how much more after my death? Look, Moses told him right there, you guys are fucking unbelievers. Right then and there. For I know thy rebellion and thy stiff neck. Behold, while I'm yet alive with you this day, you have been rebellious against the Lord. And how much more after my death? Gather unto me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears and call heaven and earth to record against them. For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days. See, I fucking told you. That's what it's about. It's about what's about to happen. I fucking told you. Sweet. For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger through the works of your hands. Every time they sin, repent, repeat, sin, repent, repeat. And Moses spake in the ears of all the congregation of Israel the words of this song until they were ended. Deuteronomy 32. Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak, and earth, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain. My speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass. The doctrine, the doctrine. It's only the book. Because I will publish the name of the Lord. Ascribe ye greatness unto our God. He is the rock. His work is perfect. Oh, fucking sweet. That's the answer. That's the verse that has the answer in Deuteronomy in full. His work is perfect. How much did he create? All of it. So all of it is what? Perfect. He is the rock. His work is perfect. For all his ways are judgment. A God of truth and without iniquity. Just and right is he. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. Holy shit. Here he is telling the flesh Jews they're not his children. In Deuteronomy. See it? Brunette, do you see that shit? Look at that shit. Read that shit. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. He didn't give it to them. It wasn't for them even then. Holy fuck. It's been a while since I read the end of this. Yeah, it's been a while since I read. I haven't done Deuteronomy in probably like 6 or 7 months, to be honest. I've bits and pieces here and there. I quote from it, go to it, I research it all, like going back to it all the time. I probably read it 4 times, 5 times since being a believer, but I don't read Deuteronomy that often. But I know, and a lot of that is because I know how I get. Like I get all excited, and like now you even see we're coming up to the end of it, and I'm fucking dragging it out because I really don't like being done with it. But look at there it is, man. He's calling the flesh Jews. He's disowning them in Deuteronomy. Before he even gave them the land, he's like, fuck you guys. They have corrupted themselves. Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. I will not forget that. Do you thus requite the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is not he thy father that brought thee, that hath bought thee? Hath he not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance, 144,000. He found him a desert. He found him in a desert land and in the waste, howling wilderness. He led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirreth up her nest, fluttereth over her young, spreadeth abroad her wings, taketh them, beareth them on her wings. So the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange God with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields, and he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock. Butter of kine and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs and rams of breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of kidneys of wheat, and thou didst drink the pure blood of the grape. But Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked. Thou art waxen fat, thou art grown thick, thou art covered with fatness. Then he forsook God which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. Lightly esteemed the rock of his salvation. He didn't listen. He took it lightly. They provoked him to jealousy with strange gods. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils, not to God, to gods whom they knew not. To new gods they came up new. They came newly up, whom your fathers feared not. I like how he throws that not to God in there, because that means in their mind they thought they were sacrificing to God. In their mind they thought they were serving God, but they were sacrificing unto devils, not to God. Of the rock that begat thee, thou art unmindful. Ooh. And hast forgotten God that formed thee. That's what he said to the flesh Jews and fucking before he came. This is what went down, man. And when the Lord saw it, he abhorred them because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be, for they are a very froward generation, children in whom is no faith. They have moved me to jealousy. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are. Oh, fuck. Wow. Yeah, that's been a while. Come on, how do I not? I gotta have this. I don't. I know I have it all marked up. How did I miss that? Wow. Oh, we're in 32. Maybe I didn't miss it. I didn't miss it. Romans 10:19. That's the verse. I didn't miss it. I'll show you guys. Right there. Boom. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. And I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. That is fucking glorious. Romans 10:19. Is it 10:19 or 11:19? What do I have to? Because 11 he said that I'll provoke you to jealousy. Well, let's see what it says here. Oh yeah, I nailed it. Okay, but I say, did not Israel know? There it is. Yeah. First Moses saith, I will provoke you to jealousy by them that are no people, and by a foolish nation I will anger you. Yeah. So they knew. They know. Jew Dave would have to know if he's ever read this. That they're done. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I'll provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. Ooh, that's so brutal. That's so brutal. For a fire is kindled in mine anger and shall burn unto the lowest. What the fuck? Where'd that asshole go from earlier? Cool. Cool. Me and Deuteronomy 32. I think I'm very glad I did this. I mean, this is just that's just brutality. Fatality. Wow. For a fire is kindled in my anger and shall burn unto the lowest hell and shall consume the earth with her increase and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. Wow. I just need to get like Deuteronomy tattooed on my fucking wrist. Deuteronomy 32. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend mine arrows upon them. Damn. They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them with the poison of serpents of the dust. Look at it. That's fucking Deuteronomy, man. As he's giving them the land, he's like, I'm going to fuck you up. And he's still doing it to them. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and terror within. Terror within. Just look at fucking Eric Shekelback's channel the last like 3 weeks of shit he's been doing. Talking about all the terror attacks in Israel. There's a fucking Israeli soldier died yesterday, succumbing to his wounds from a terror attack. Just terror. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young man and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hairs. I said, I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, Our hand is high, and the Lord hath not done all this. That's still Moses, yep. For they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. That's your flesh Jews right there. They're void of counsel. There's no understanding in them. And the whole world worships these fucking people. That's what baffles me. You got fucking people being threatened, going to jail because they're anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitic. The motherfuckers aren't even Semitic to begin with. They're not even Jews. If you go by the book, God said that they're not even Jews. God said he's going to smoke them. The real Jews are the 144,000. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their. I can't even do this with a straight face. This is just brutality. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. Oh, how should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them, and the Lord had shut them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. Ooh. For their vine, oh wow. For their vine is of the vine of Sodom and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. That's the first. Okay, so for me, if I remember correctly, this is the first time God calls Israel Sodom and Gomorrah. And it's not the last time. He does it in Isaiah. He does it again in Jeremiah. He really has problems with these people. Oh, this is fucking gnarly. Man. For their vine is the vine of Sodom and their fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall. Their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons and the cruel venom of asps. Poor Dave. Is not this laid up in store with me and sealed up among my treasures? To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time. Damn. For the day of their calamity is at hand. I keep warning you guys. I keep fucking warning you. And the things that shall come upon them make haste. For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants. Oh, he will repent himself only for his servants. That's the believers. When he seeth that their power is gone and there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, Where are their gods? Their rock in whom they trust. Oh, the irony. The fucking irony. And that's what it is. At the end, listen, if let's say in a month from now, Israel just gets fucking destroyed, demolished, and all of them are dead, the entire world is going to be like, what the fuck? I thought those were God's people. And they're going to find out that God's people, because at that moment, that's when he's going to take his 144,000 anyway. And then they're going to know that those weren't the people of God. This is what he's doing. That's his. It's so wonderful. I can't even. And it's sad. Like I'm crying and smiling at the same time. I don't even know what to do. That's you obviously got me on some fucking bipolar shit. Which did eat the fat of their sacrifices and drank the wine of their drink offerings. Let them rise up and help you and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God with me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. Neither is there any that can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. Oh shit! What do you say to that? What do you say to God? I mean, what do you? There's nothing to say. If I wet my glittering sword and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me. I will make mine arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh. And that with the blood of the slain and of the captives from the beginning of the revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. And Moses came and spake all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Hoshea the son of Nun. And Moses made an end of speaking all these words to all Israel. And he said unto them, set your hearts unto all the words which I testify among you this day, which you shall command your children to observe and do, all the words of this law. For it is not a vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing you shall prolong your days in the land, whether you go over Jordan to possess it. And the Lord spake unto Moses the selfsame day, saying, get thee up into this mountain Abarim, unto Mount Nebo, which is the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho, and behold the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Israel for a possession. And die in the mount whither thou goest up, and be gathered unto thy people, as Aaron thy brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto his people. Because you trespassed against me among the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin, because you sanctified me not in the midst of the children of Israel. Yet thou shalt see the land before thee, but thou shalt not go thither unto the land which I give unto the children of Israel. Moses still had grace, but he wasn't granted access to the land because he didn't listen. He didn't line up. Deuteronomy 33. And this is the blessing wherewith Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. See, he still calls him the man of God. And he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Mount Seir unto them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came forth with 10,000s of saints. From his right hand went a fiery law for them. Said unto the Lord, he said, the Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir unto them. He shined forth out of Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of saints. From his right hand went a fiery law for them. Yea, he loved the people. All his saints are in thy hand, and they sat down at thy feet. Every one shall receive of thy words. Moses commanded us a law, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. And he was king in Jeshurun when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few. And this is the blessing of Judah. And he said, hear, Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him unto his people. Let his hands be sufficient for him, and be thou an help to him from his enemies. And of Levi he said, let thy Thummim and thy Urim be with thy Holy One, whom thou didst prove at Manasseh, and with whom thou didst strive at the waters of Meribah. Who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him, neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew his own children, for they have observed thy word and kept thy covenant. They shall teach Jacob thy judgments and Israel thy law. They shall put increase before thee, and whole burnt sacrifice upon thine altar. Bless, Lord, his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. And of Benjamin he said, the beloved of the Lord shall dwell safe in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, blessed of the Lord be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew and for the deep that he coucheth beneath. Sorry, I gotta read this again. And of Joseph he said, blessed of the Lord be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that coucheth beneath. Okay, so the deep. And for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills, and for the precious things of the earth and fullness thereof, and for the good will of him, and for the good will of him that dwelt in the bush. Let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the top of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. Ooh. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth, and they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And Zebulun, he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tents. They shall call the people unto the mountain. They shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck of the abundance of the seas and of the treasures hid in the sand. And of Gad he said, Blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. He dwelleth as a lion, and teareth the arm with the crown of the head. And he provided the first part for himself, because there, in a portion of the lawgiver, he seated, and he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full of the blessing of the Lord, possess thou the west and the south. And of Asher he said, Let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil. Thy shoes shall be iron and brass, and as thy days, so shall thy strength be. There is none like unto the God of Jeshurun, who rideth upon the heaven in thy help, and in his excellency on the sky. The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms, and he shall thrust out the enemy from before thee, and shall say, Destroy them. Oh. Israel then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Jacob shall be upon a land of corn and wine. Also his heavens shall drop down dew. Happy art thou, O Israel, who is like unto thee, O people saved by the Lord, the shield of thy help, and who is the sword of thy excellency. And thine enemies shall be found liars unto thee, and thou shalt tread upon their high places. Oh, we're going into the last chapter. Deuteronomy 34. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab unto the mountain of Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, that is over against Jericho, and the Lord showed him all the land of Gilead unto Dan. Look at this is before I start 34. She's like, I fell asleep. Burnett, you're definitely a dedicated mod. Burnett's not dedicated to me. Burnett's dedicated to the book, first and foremost. But I do hold Burnett very highly esteemed on this channel, very much so. And she is a damn good mod. And the same thing, it's kind of like, when Jesus took the disciples and they all fell asleep, weak. Couldn't even do it for a few hours, huh? Just giving you shit, Diane. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab unto the mountain of Nebo to the top of Pisgah, that is over against Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land of Gilead unto Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and the land of Judah, and all the land of Judah, unto the utmost sea, and the south, and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, unto Zoar. And the Lord said unto him, This is the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, saying, I will give it unto thy seed. I have caused thee to see it with thine eyes, but thou shalt not go over thither. And the Lord said unto him, This is the land which I swear to Abraham. Hang on. And all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah, under the utmost sea, and the south, and the plain of the valley, and Jericho, the city of palm trees, unto Zoar. And the Lord said unto him, This is the land which I swear to Abraham and to Isaac and unto Jacob, saying, I will give it to thy seed. I have caused thee to see it with thine eyes, but thou shalt not go over thither. Okay, so that's what he was telling Moses. This is what I swore to Abraham, but you're not going to see it. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. Which really, if you think about it, he promised it to Abraham and his seed. Abraham did live in that land. right? If you go all the way back before Egypt had before the famine hit, before all that, Abraham really did live in that land, and he went from there and ended up moving to go be closer to Joseph. Well, not Joseph. It was Abraham that lived there, and then Abraham, Isaac had Jacob and Esau. Jacob had the 12 tribes. Joseph ended up going to Egypt. Abraham lived there. So Abraham got to see it, but it wasn't in full his possession. But if you see, Moses was the one of the law. Now, Moses had grace. Moses was a man of God. Absolutely. That did not change. But Moses did not get to see the land because Moses was of that law. He did not get the inheritance because he failed when God told him to speak to the rock and bring forth the water. He hid it instead. And so you really see the difference that Abraham did get to see the land and live in it. Moses did not. It's the same for us, right? The believers are going to inherit the land, the ones with no knowledge of good and evil, the children, the ones that have been converted and become as little children, they're going to inherit the land, but the ones of the law will not. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley of the land of Moab, over against Beth Peor. And no man knoweth of his sepulchre unto this day. They never found Moses' body. And Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab 30 days. So the days were weeping and mourning for Moses were ended. And Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands upon him, and the children of Israel hearkened unto him, and did as the Lord commanded Moses. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. In all the signs and the wonders which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to all his land, and in all that mighty hand, and in all that mighty hand, and in all the great terror which Moses showed in the sight of all Israel. Damn. I hate that little empty feeling at the end. Like it's almost like I would equate it to, you know, breaking up with a girl when I was 13 years old. You spend like, you guys remember fucking phones that had cords? You guys remember those days where you'd have the fucking curly cord and you'd have to drag it from the kitchen all the way to the living room? You got like this 35-foot cord and you're going trying to have a private. Like, I would equate the feeling of the like finishing a book. We just did Deuteronomy at the end of it. I equate that feeling to a breakup. I think it was good. I think this was very good, Brunette. I think this is very good. And I like it the way that's set up because anybody that wants to do it or anybody that's got questions on the verses or they just want to read along, like you can fast forward. You can do that fast forward thing on YouTube where you can see what chapter, what verse we're at, the little blue line. That's why I spend the entire time with my mouse tracing everything we read, doing this thing right here, when I do this and highlight the verses as we go, is so that way when people go back and watch it, if you're looking for a specific verse or a specific subject, you can go to the homepage at the end of this. I'm going to do this. I should have done this first. But if you go to the homepage, the YouTube homepage, my channel, good old channel. I'm so torn on what to do with this thing. YouTube. See, it takes forever. It's taking forever. So if I go to my channel, oh, so if you go to my channel, back to 608 for the 900th time. Where's the search bar? Whatever. I'm just gonna full screen it, and you guys can see it. So if you go to the homepage on the channel, and you go to the little search bar right here, all the way to the right, and you click that, it'll give you the search option. You can type in Let's do faith without works is dead and see what comes up. The book of James. Prove me wrong. Someone to talk to you, here for you. And it just starts, I mean, it just brings up, boom, the book of James. Like you can literally type in anything that you're wondering about in the Bible and it'll bring up the study that goes with it. And then if you just fast forward through it, then you don't have to worry about, you just fast forward to whatever specific verse you've got questions on, and you know, that's what it is. I just I don't like, it's not. I don't do this for me. I do this for you guys. So I really did enjoy this very much, very very much. I had a rotary phone when I was a kid too. I was really little. My first, like I had my first TV as a little kid, black and white. Like we did the black and white, and I was born in '85. So I mean, like we were poor. I was poor as fuck though. So in the '90s, I was still rolling on black and white, while everybody else had color TVs and fucking boom boxes and Super Nintendo. I was just getting a fucking Nintendo. So always been poor, but it's, it just is what it is. We just finished Deuteronomy. That's crazy. 608. I don't do this for subs, man. I don't care. Like I care about the subs, absolutely. That's why I do this. But I don't do this for, like, gain is not godliness. Just because if somebody's got a million subs, that doesn't mean they're of God. In fact, that's probably a bad sign. That's a bad sign. He talks about that in Luke. If beware when all men shall speak well of you. If they speak good, if everybody talks highly of you, watch out for that motherfucker. But at the end of the day, that was Deuteronomy. And Deuteronomy chapter 32, I think, is now. I've got my first two favorite. I've got my two favorite verses nailed down. Interesting. That means you live by me. That's scary. 608 is like Aurora, right? It's like Aurora, Joliet, down that way, if I remember correctly. So I've got 815. Hint, hint. So that's Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy 32, I think, is my new favorite chapter in the entire Bible. I think that is my new favorite chapter. I'm so glad we did this. To the people that made it all the way through, thank you. That's kind of one of the reasons I did it, is to find out who's got it. That's fucking endurance, man, and that's how you do it at home. When we click here, that's what you need to go do again, Brunette. Sit down, force yourself, pick a book and finish it, and then do it again, and then again. Not today. You already been through hell, but at the end of it, that's what it is every day. That's how I did this. That's how I got what I have. I sat down and I fucking did it. 18 hours a day for 4 fucking months on my face, crying like a little bitch because I was sick of serving sin. I wanted the answers, and I knew they were in there. I knew it had to be a King James. I was done with all the counterfeit bullshit. I'm like, these aren't cutting it. I was like, there's something missing. Sin, repent, repeat is not salvation. It is not salvation. That is death. Sin, repent, repeat is going to land you in hell. It's going to land you in hell. I'm also glad we had the little blowout in here with that fucking asshole that came in here and told me that God's word is just figure of speech. No, you go fuck yourself, dude. Figure of speech, my ass. Tell that shit to Jesus. Oh, I thought it was just a figure of speech. He's gonna bitch smack you backhand style. You know, like there's no. He's gonna, like, and you guys all think Jesus is not a hippie. When they were selling shit in the temple, what did he do? He made a fucking cattail, man. He made a whip, a scourge, and specifically the Bible calls it a scourge. So that means he took the time to tie in the little pieces of broken glass at the end of it, and he went in hitting people with it. He don't give a fuck. He don't care. It's, you line up or you don't. If you don't line up, you're not in. If you still sin, you don't know Jesus. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter who it is. Could be the nicest, sweet old lady at the fucking grocery store who offers to pay for all your groceries. You tell that bitch no. Say, do you still sin? So I'll let you pay for my groceries if you let me show you salvation. I am within your reach. You should come out and do a Bible study with me. I'll let you come to my house. I don't care. I don't need to know you. I'm not afraid of nothing. You should come out and do a Bible study with me, man. You can't be mad at me for wanting to do Bible studies. Were you gonna fucking beat me up? You gonna shoot me? Ooh. You should come out to my house, do a Bible study with me. Let me walk you through it. I'll walk you through it by hand, man, the whole thing. Whatever it takes. I don't care. I'll go to any length to see somebody saved. I will go to any length to help somebody. You want me to go a mile with you? I'm gonna go 5. I'm not. It just is what it is. I think I'm probably a little further out of. I'm a little further than you think, though. Like if you know where Rockford is, that's where I'm at. We'll just say Rockford. I'm in Rockford. So that being said, thank you guys for going through this with me. Um, take heed to yourselves. Take heed to the doctrine. 1 Timothy 4:16. I think that's going to be the verse I post for the pinned comment. 1 Timothy 4:16. Take heed unto the doctrine. Take heed unto thyself and unto the doctrine. For in doing this, thou shalt both save thyself and them that hear thee. But not everybody's going to listen. You know, the people that are supposed to listen, they will. But you got to be honest. You got to live honest. You can't. No, Rockford's nowhere near. Oh, it is actually. You're right. Rockford is south of Beloit by a lot. It takes about half an hour to get there from there. But yeah, you're right. That's about where I'm at. And you have my personal invite. If you would like, reach out to me. Hit me up in the comments. I'll give you my email. If you're interested, I would gladly. I'll take you to lunch. We can go do a Bible study. I'm dead ass serious. I am dead ass serious. I think that's what you know. That's what sets us apart. And I'll give you a Bible if you can finish the study with me. I'll give you a Bible, like by hand, and to you, to your face. Yep, I think it'd be pretty neat. I think it'd be pretty neat. I have no I just love people, man. Jesus died for you guys. I'm just here to show it to you. What it really means. We're free from sin. We're free from law. We're fucking. You got to line up with the book, though. That is a requirement. It is required in stewards that a man be found faithful. You got to line up with the book, and when you do line up with the book, people will hate you. They will try to kill you. They will try to fuck your life up. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm dealing with now. We had my fucking ex offer $100 on Saturday. I think it was Saturday. My son was here. I talked to my son, right? I went over it with my son. My son knows. He reads the Bible. He writes the Bible. He was with us. We did the video teacher kids. It was Saturday. We did the Bible study, right? We did a recorded one, and I posted it. It's on here. We did the book of Colossians. I did the book of Colossians with 3 of my kids, and my son was there. And I talked to him and trying to be nice to his mom. And she's like, I want to make peace with you guys. I got all the text messages. I offered her $100 to come do the study. She bitched out. Like that spirit in her just won't let her do it. And I was on Skype with her and my son. And my son's like, Mom, I don't like, he's telling her he doesn't sin. He's telling her she needs to listen. I offered her and her baby daddy with her 2 little jitterbugs to come out here to play with my baby so I can walk her and her boyfriend through the Bible study. And I offered him $100 and a Bible to do it. And instead of that, she thought it would be a smart idea to make false police reports. So literally 3 minutes before this started, DCFS left my house. Pissed. They're pissed because I've got a stack of papers from the last 4 or 5 years of her making false report after false report after false report, all of it thrown in the garbage, absolutely all of it. And DCFS showed up pissed off. The girl showed up. She's like, I don't want to be here. I've looked into your record. She's like, this is ridiculous. And I was like, oh, thank you. She hadn't even met my kids yet. I was like, oh, okay, come on in. She met all the kids. Everything went smooth. Literally 3 minutes before I started this, DCFS left my house. So if I was a little shaken up in the beginning, it's because I'm dealing with a lot of shit. But I win. Like I already know the cops are pissed. Like I think she might actually go to jail for it this time. But at the end of the day, you know, it's the Bible is the Bible. It's never gonna change. It's so fucking. You guys have no idea. Ugh. Well, whenever you want, I'll even cover your gas. I don't mind. I'll take you to lunch. I'll cover your gas. Give you a Bible. Sit you down. All you gotta do is finish the Bible study. Come hang out for a while. No shit. Dude, I fucking trained horses for like 8 years. I lived on a 72-acre horse farm. We had horses. When my mom died, the horse thing kind of went away. They're expensive as fuck. But yeah, now I still have all my shit. I've got pictures of me running bareback. Fuck, I miss it sometimes. That's cool. Yeah, that's good shit. Yep. Western though, we're not English, so I don't know what you ride, but we're Western. Western or none. I really don't like saddles. I'm fat as fuck now though, so my ass is gonna need one. But if yeah, yep, horses. If you go look at if you find my Facebook, the Facebook that I use, the preacher, that one, you'll see the pictures of all the horses and shit. Even on my old Facebook, you'll see me on the horses with my axe. Yeah, I've been doing horses for fuck. I started when I was 13. I didn't. I only worked with them for like 8 years, but I started riding when I was like 13. I've heard of it. I have heard of it. I used to live in Genoa, and that's where we had our first couple of horses. Was out in Genoa. Yep. Yeah, I've heard of Friendly Farms. That's good shit. No, this is. I mean, it just is what it is, man. It's a small world, but if you're anytime you're more than welcome. Just don't judge me. I won't judge you. You know how it goes, right? That's what it is. Come to a Bible study. I'll buy you lunch. Uh, Friendly Farms. I'm trying to think if I've ever been there. I don't think I've ever been there. I know I've heard of it. I've seen it. I've never been there. But I was we had for the majority. I lived on the 72 acre horse farm we lived on was in Harvard, Illinois, and it was called Southern Cross when I was there. It was called Southern Cross, and 48 stalls plus pasture plus like 70 acres of beautiful wilderness, man. Dude. Oh, I miss those days. But this was Deuteronomy. Thank you guys for doing this with us. I really do. The ones who endured, if you made it from start to finish, fucking gold star for you, for real. It's not easy. And it's not easy to stay awake. You have to force yourself. When Paul said, I bring my body into subjection, he wasn't talking about quitting smoking. He wasn't talking about quitting drinking. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about forcing himself to learn the book, to understand it, so that when he preached, he would not be considered a castaway. So there would be no holes in his doctrine. Period. If you know the doctrine inside and out, nobody will ever stump you. It's not possible. It's just not possible. Like you saw what happened to the guy that was in here earlier, Brunette. You saw what happened to that dude. As soon as I figured out his game, crushed, done. He fucking ended himself. That's how it goes. And then that's how it goes. Deuteronomy is an awesome book. Deuteronomy 32 is fucking awesome. The law is a curse. Jesus fulfilled the law for you so that you wouldn't have to suffer the curse. He fulfilled it for you. You're not under the law. There's nothing. Follow man's laws. That's what it says. I love y'all. I salute the brethren. Damn, I'm sad to end this. I really am. 5 hours. 5 hours, 42 minutes. Holy shit. I thought it was going to be like 8. I expected this to go until a lot later. But yeah, thank you guys for doing this with me. Do appreciate it. I do it only for you. I don't get anything from this. This is only for you. Love y'all. Read your fucking Bibles. Trust the word. Stop listening to people. Jesus said, whoever sins is the servant of sin. Jesus isn't fucking lying. The people around you that still sin, they're just fucked. They're just fucked. And you gotta see them for what they are. The ones that still sin are the servants of sin. Jesus died to make it so you can't sin anymore. It's not possible. If they don't believe that, it's because they're unbelievers. I love y'all. I salute the brethren. See you Thursday at 8, Lord willing. Adios.